Just like life, Fluttershy paints a perfect picture. By Mockingbird. In a lonely meadow outside Ponyville, Fluttershy sits in front of an easel. She dips one forehoof into a bowl of charcoal dust. Upon her easel's broad sheet of paper, she traces a few quick lines. Not a fish, but perhaps the suggestion of a fish. Fluttershy nods with satisfaction. Her mouth lifts one squeeze tube after another, squirting dollops of differently coloured paints onto a palette. She plucks twigs from a tree, chews the tips, uses the twigs to mix the paint into splotches of different shades. Now, lifting a proper paintbrush, she takes up the reddest of reds, slashes a simple, gaping wound in the sketched fish's throat. Fluttershy redips her brush into the crimson pigment. Into the white, empty space beneath the first fish, Fluttershy's brush rips another red streak and a horizontal splotch of colour beneath it. Further down the page, Fluttershy adds another slash and splotch of red. Fluttershy has a row of easels, each bearing red streaks and splotches much like the first. Fluttershy rinses her brush in a jar of pale liquid and wipes it carefully on a cloth. She touches the bristles to her palette again, now dabbing at a wetly orange-red splotch. Around the crudely red streak she first painted, Fluttershy adds pigment more delicately, orange and hints of orange. Around the second red mark, Fluttershy does the same. Fluttershy goes down the row of easels again and again, adding touches of near black and dark grey, then lighter greys, then pale bluish tinges. As paint accumulates on each easel's paper, a white rabbit topples a stack of buckets. He drags one bucket to rest beneath an easel. He drags bucket after bucket until each easel has its own. The rabbit inspects his work and nods once. He bounds away into the taller grass where he searches for toothsome herbs and flowers. Upon the first easel, the region Fluttershy had initially streaked with charcoal is now completely covered with pigment, a nearly perfect image of a trout. Fluttershy dabs one of her smallest brushes against her palette, taking up a few drops of paint that are almost white. She touches the brush tip to a spot near the top of the first easel's paper, marking a highlight that would probably go unnoticed by any critic, or by any artist other than herself. For an instant, the fish seems to waver. Fluttershy marks another subtle highlight, and the fish wavers again. A third highlight, and the fish seems to wriggle, then flop, falling out of the painting into the real world. A fish lands in the bucket with a loud Fluttershy looks down at the gaping wound in the bucket-caught fish, beneath which blood has already pooled. She tells herself that when paint became flesh, the fish was already dead. The seeming wriggle was only an illusion, an effect of 2 dimensions growing into 3. Farther down the sheet of paper, beneath the newly blank area, Fluttershy adds a highlight to a second cluster of paint marks. Within a few seconds, another fish falls into the bucket. Fluttershy proceeds down the row of easels, filling bucket after bucket with fish. Fluttershy is an excellent artist. She loves to paint trees, flowers, and even entire landscapes. She never paints ponies though. And although she loves bunnies and butterflies and every kind of animal, she doesn't paint those very often either. When she does, her style is sketch-like, deliberately incomplete. Fluttershy used to feel freer to paint anything at all, especially the animals she loved. One day, Fluttershy giggled at a beautifully drawn Japanese manga magazine, which featured an entire family of adorable little rabbits. The rabbits lived in a very fancy burrow, which on the inside was almost like a pony-style house. Each morning, the manga's bunnies got out of their little pony-style beds and dressed themselves in little pony-style clothes. The mother bunny cooked breakfast over a little pony-style stove. The family ate together around a little pony-style table before they departed their burrow house so they could go to work or to school. Fluttershy admired the manga so much she decided to paint a picture of a bunny like the ones in the story. But Fluttershy, being a pony who knew real, living animals better than practically any pony else, created an artwork even better than the manga. After an hour of painstaking work, the picture was flawless, practically perfect. The white rabbit at its center seemed to breathe with life. A moment later, the rabbit popped out of her painting, fell onto the floor of Fluttershy's cottage, and lay there trembling. He stared up at the room where he had arrived, and the enormous, to him, mare standing over him holding a paintbrush. He leaped off the floor, bounded to the window, struck his head against the glass, and fell back down to the floor. When Fluttershy opened a door for him, he fled. 2 nights later, he returned. He glared at Fluttershy defiantly, angrily. Fluttershy had already set the painting upon the floor, leaning it against the wall. The rabbit touched the painting cautiously with one paw, then tried to push his way into it. After trying again and again to re-enter the picture, he lay upon the floor in front of it and moaned soft little moans of sorrow. Fluttershy was sure he missed a home somewhere inside the network, a home that had probably never been real, but which he remembered anyway. Fluttershy thought she had 2 choices. She could try to paint more rabbits like this one, an entire society to keep him company. For those rabbits to have someplace home-like to live, she would have to paint little manga-style burrow homes and fields to farm, and make them all become real. If she failed partway through, she would only have made more bunnies as disconsolate as the first one. She didn't think she could do it. If she did, she suspected, it might turn out very badly. She might create a horde of rabbits all angry at her, and maybe angry at the world's other ponies too. For pity of this one lonely rabbit, she tried a few times to paint burrow homes without any creatures visible in the pictures. She half hoped such a painting might become a portal back to a world more like this rabbit's own. But those efforts never created anything more than mere daubs of paint upon paper or canvas, nothing real. As for trying to paint even one more practically perfect picture of a rabbit, she was too afraid. She would never, ever try that again. As the sun sets, Fluttershy pulls a wagon homewards. She hauls a load of easels and other painting supplies, but also some fish. Fluttershy has already sold several bucketfuls to a griffin trader in town. With the 3 more remaining buckets, Fluttershy will feed the carnivores in her cottage: a bear, 2 dogs, 3 cats, and several weasels. Atop the wagon's load sits a tired little white rabbit. He surveys the landscape slowly paraded before him as he sniffs the evening air. His nose twitches. Between the easels and buckets, the bunny finds a crumpled up blanket. which he uses as bedding to curl up for a nap. Fluttershy's muscles ache with her day's labours. Her fur stinks of fish and of the turpentine she's used to clean her brushes. But she feels happy, or happy enough.
In a quiet meadow, brush and hoof, she paints the world with love and truth. A stroke of gray, a touch of red, brings life to paper softly spread. Not a fish, just lines and light, yet colors pull the world upright. A whisper here, a shadow there, and something real hangs in the air. Oh, every mark, every hue holds a story shining through. But careful hands must learn to see what should stay and what should be free. Once she painted fur so white, soft and perfect, full of life. But when it leapt into her world, it trembled, lost and all alone. She tried to give it something more, a home beyond the painted door. But canvas dreams can't hold the past. Some things aren't meant to last. Oh, every mark, every hue holds a story shining through. But careful hands must learn to see what should stay and what should be free. Buckets brim with gifts she's made, a gentle price for what was laid. Not all she paints will walk or breathe, but every color still believes. Through aching hooves and sunsets glow, she hauls her burden soft and slow. And in the wagon, curled up tight, a little heart still sleeps tonight.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction Bro Hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
Mystery Pony Fiction here. Just a quick disclaimer, I am adjusting to talking with new dentures, so I still struggle a bit with talking normally. But I think I'm getting close, so this will be the last disclaimer. Thank you for your patience. Sicker Than the Patience by Marmalado. From a distance, Nurse Redheart watched as the mother and father of a sick Billy began wrapping their hooves around her in a hug. Red Heart, having given her own diagnosis to a different patient just minutes ago, didn't bother to stick around and continued her slow walk down the halls. She didn't look any of her co-workers in the eye, nor the patients, nor the visitors. She wasn't up for a conversation the same way she was a few years ago. Work was always monotonous like that. You go, do your job, take occasional breaks, go home, and try to budget between paychecks. Very few ponies enjoyed what they did. A few years ago, Red Heart would have been one of those few. Reaching the elevator, she pressed the down button and moved off to the side, keeping an eye on the descending numbers. "Hello, Red Heart!" came a chipper voice, and soon after that came a familiar pink-furred mare. "Are you on your break?" A nod. "Would you like to join us for lunch? Me and a couple other nurses want to try that new restaurant that opened up in town, the one that serves Italian cuisine. We've been hearing some real stellar reviews." As good as the restaurant would have sounded any other time, Red Heart didn't feel like socializing with her co-workers, let alone at a restaurant. "I'm fine, thank you, sweetheart." With an expression of sadness, Sweetheart put her hoof on Red Heart's withers. "You know, if you ever need to, you're welcome to talk to me." "I'm fine, but thank you." There was silence between the two mares. Red Heart would have snapped at Sweetheart to get off of her case if she had the energy, but instead they faced each other, one mare full of life and the other as good as dead on her hooves. "All right," Sweetheart moved past Red Heart. "Have a good one." "You too." The elevator dinged. The doors opened to reveal no one inside. Red Heart made her way in, pressing the G button for the ground floor. She looked at her appearance in the metal doors. It was smeared and thus hard to see herself clearly, but the muted change in colour was still noticeable. No longer was she a vibrant white and pink. Instead, her colours were dull. She could see something dark under her eyes that was hard to make out. Her eyes no longer held much energy within them, and why would they? It wasn't just her outward appearance that looked tired. Her inner self was tired too, and to anyone with a keen eye, the reasoning was certainly clear. Her eyes caught a sign placed above the buttons. "Struggling with mental health issues? Ponyville General Hospital holds therapy sessions once a week, open to the general public. For inquiries, please check with Dr. Deep Dive at the receptionist desk." Red Heart had seen the sign before. Many times over she pondered whether she should go, and every time her conscience told her that she would find no sympathy nor empathy in talking about her problems. A lot of ponies took her services for granted, and it was one of the things she really hated about her job. She couldn't remember the last time she heard a "thank you" from a patient and not one of their family members or friends. Sure, she was being very selective, but it meant a lot more coming from someone who was healing from the inside out than someone who only had an outside view of the suffering. The elevator dinged again, and the doors opened. A stallion pushing an elderly pony in a wheelchair stood in front of her, but moved to the side to let her exit. She tried again to give a tiny smile, but nothing came forth, and instead she kept walking along. Her eyes drifted to various ponies passing her, and she didn't regard them with anything beyond eye contact. She only had one thing she wanted to do now, and it sure wasn't striking up conversations. On her way to a destination, she made a pit stop in a nearby bathroom. Once she relieved herself and washed her hooves, she took a moment to look at herself in the mirror, providing a clear view of just how bad she looked, instantly making the comparison to when Discord corrupted Twilight and the others sickened her. And she placed her hooves on the sink as her breathing became slower and heavier. Her vision became blurry, and she squeezed her eyes shut as she felt the fur on her face become damp with tears. For minutes she stayed there, looking at herself in the mirror and crying more and more, harder and harder, until she felt like screaming. The colt who had hung himself because he was being bullied at school. The unicorn who had tried cutting her own horn off because the pain in it was too severe for her to withstand. The stallion who had gotten jumped and was beaten to death while trotting home from work after receiving a raise. Neither of them came close to the worst thing she had ever seen, but each of them still dimmed her bright spirit more and more until she didn't enjoy her job much anymore. Being a nurse had been her dream as a filly, thinking that she would love helping her fellow ponies get better. It wasn't until she got into the job that she realized what a mess she had gotten into. And she regretted it. Every single day. How could she have been so foolish? With what little resolve she had, she steeled herself, wiping her tears away and straightening herself out so that, to other ponies, it just looked like a routine trip to the bathroom. Her hooves took her to the main lobby, only a minute or two later, and it was then that she noticed what it was like outside. Rain had been scheduled for the day, because of course it was. If she wanted to be really petty, she could assume the Pegasi scheduling it had some kind of slight towards her specifically, but she wasn't that stupid, or that miserable. Closing her eyes with a sigh, she continued onward without looking where she was going, somehow managing to reach the automatic double doors as she took in the fresh smell of petrichor. She bowed her head. What if it was me who hung herself, sliced off her leg, got mobbed by some ponies, stayed here as a patient, and let some other nurse take care of me? Feel the same pain I've been feeling for all these years. Don't think that, Red Heart. You're not that cruel. No, but if I get worse, who knows what will happen to me? That hospital therapy sounds like a good idea. If I went there, I wouldn't have to pay a single bit. But then get some outpatient therapy. You have enough bits to cover it. Red Heart sat on the ground, holding a hoop to her head. Some innate part of her, the part that still had some common sense, knew that getting outpatient therapy in lieu of hospital-issued therapy was a good idea. Not only that, but she didn't have much of a choice. She knew she was heading into a downward spiral. If she didn't get help now, who knew what she would do? Who knew how she would hurt herself or other ponies? Who knew when it would happen? She caught something in her peripheral vision and turned her head to the right to look. A wall made of glass stretched across the courtyard, with a clone of her standing on the other side of it, banging her hooves on it and screaming something unintelligible. A rubbing of her eyes and the clone, as well as the pane of glass, were gone. Was that a hallucination? I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, so it could be, but that looks shockingly real. A changeling trick? No, why would they be behind glass? Why wouldn't they just talk to me directly? The issue was moved to the back burner in favour of something more pressing. It took a bit of effort for Red Heart to get up, and for a moment she wondered if the rain was beginning to affect her joints or if it was just her fatigue. She stared at the falling rain for another minute. Then she turned and headed back inside, moving towards the receptionist's desk. Oh, hello, Nurse Red Heart. A pony she didn't recognize, most likely a new worker, turned around, greeting her with a smile that was way too toothy. You need something? Another one of those signs was plastered behind the receptionist. Red Heart slightly narrowed her eyes as she read it, but it was only for a second as her conscience whispered in her ear. Beggars can't be choosers. Yes, when is the next weekly therapy session? Oh, that? It's tomorrow actually, 2 o'clock. Are you planning on attending? Mm-hmm. Wonderful, I'll put your name down on the list. The receptionist picked up a clipboard and a pencil and wrote down Red Heart's name. There we go. Thank you. Red Heart tried to give a grateful smile. Still nothing came forth. And can you give me a list of therapists in Ponyville and the surrounding areas? The receptionist looked confused. Well, I'm afraid we don't have a book for that or anything. We're still waiting on Twilight to return our copy. In hindsight, Twilight hogging the book was something Redheart probably should have seen coming. Not that she was complaining much. Alright, I can see if Twilight will let me borrow her copy. If you're going now, the receptionist pointed to a small cylindrical bucket by the doors. Be sure to take an umbrella with you. It's going to become torrential in about an hour. Thanks. As Redheart turned, she could feel the judgmental stare of the receptionist burning a hole through her head. It was similar to the other stares she had gotten, the kind of look that held pity, but not enough for the pony doing the staring to ask if she was okay. She hated it. Not enough to sock the receptionist, though, like one elderly mare did when she was having an argument with her mother that ended in her flopping back into the bed and falling still because her heart gave out. She didn't have enough energy to sock anyone at the moment, really. Shaking her head to dispel the memory, she went over to the bucket and grabbed a complimentary umbrella, then made her way out. It wasn't until she got halfway there, with the rain becoming heavier and heavier, that she had a eureka moment. One that made her feel stupid, but one that she knew would make her feel better in the long run. Plus, she could still get therapy. Dear Dr. Horse, this letter is informing you that I am tendering my resignation effective immediately. As much as I have enjoyed helping the many patients that have come through Ponyville General Hospital over the years, doing so is taking a toll on both my physical and my mental health. To put it bluntly, I can't do this anymore. I will still be attending one of the hospital's therapy sessions as, according to the signage placed around the building, they are open to the general public. However, in the future, I will be seeking outpatient therapy. I strongly recommend you set up therapy for medical professionals specifically, as I feel many might need it before they wind up like me. Please know that this is not because of you. You have been a wonderful co-worker and continue to do excellent work in caring for the residents of Ponyville. However, in the interest of saving myself, I must depart before it becomes too late. Please let me know when I may pick up my final payment. Thank you. From Redheart. Alright, I'll send this to Ponyville General. Spike hopped off of the stool. Redheart, tea in her hooves, watched as he clutched the scroll and blew some fire on it, turning it into moving smoke that drifted towards its destination. Is the tea good? Very. Redheart took another sip. Her eyes moved to Twilight, who was searching through the shelves. Thank you both so much for giving me shelter. That gust of wind seemed to come out of nowhere. Just as Spike was about to respond, Twilight took initiative with an aha! She telekinetically grabbed the book and floated it down. There we go, a guide to the therapists, psychologists and counsellors of Equestria, Ponyville, Cloudsdale and Canterlot, the most recent edition. Redheart set down her tea and took the book when it floated over to her. Thank you. That book has a list of addresses of every known therapist in the towns listed in the title. Most should still be working, but there are likely some that have closed their practices down. Twilight stood in front of her, a sad smile forming. I'm going to miss your working at the hospital. Another sip. Redheart nodded. I just can't. Twilight, I've seen too many horrors. I've dealt with so many aggressive patients. I've gotten kicked, bitten, blasted with magic. Even the foals. I used to love the foals, but I look at them and all I see is trouble. She set down her tea again and covered her eyes with her hooves. I'm afraid that if I go on, I'll end up hurting myself, or even worse, hurting someone else. Tears began to fall. I don't want to feel this way anymore, Twilight. I don't. I want to live. The only sound that broke the deafening silence were her sobs, her attempts to get comprehensible words out, and the painful screams that, before now, had only been given to a pillow at night. Twilight's castle was a safe space, and it was that comfort that allowed her to let everything out. At one point, her brain registered the weight of two bodies, one big and one small, flanking her, but she was too anguished to care. The memories of her mum telling her she could never be a nurse, of her friends telling her that her dreams were unrealistic, of countless patients and countless medical mishaps and countless attacks against her life came bursting through the broken dam, and years of horrors were laid out on the floor for Twilight and Spike to listen to. By the time she had considerably calmed down, it felt like hours had passed. She didn't have any way to know that for sure though. Because the lone window situated high up in the room still showed grey, and its panes were still being beaten by raindrops. She wiped away her tears, grabbing a tissue from a box that had been left at her side at one point, and blowing into it. "It doesn't look like the rain's going to let up anytime soon," Twilight murmured, glancing at the window. "Why don't you stay here? I can make you something to eat." Redheart tried to rise to her hooves. "Thanks, but I think what I need the most right now is sleep. It's been a long time since I've gotten a proper 8 hours. Could you make something and set it aside?" "Sure, anything in particular?" I'm not picky." Twilight nodded. "Spike, can you show Redheart to one of the guest rooms, please?" "Can do." As much as Redheart didn't want to have a full-blown conversation, it was her small talk with Spike that helped her to stay awake. When the pair crossed an intersection, she could swear she saw her clone behind that same pane of glass again, giving her a beaming smile this time, but she chalked it up to another hallucination and kept walking. A few minutes later, Spike opened the door and let Redheart inside one of the most luxurious guest rooms she had ever seen, which wasn't saying much, considering her house wasn't at the peak of luxury itself, and she had stayed in very few hotels over the years. But even so, she was grateful for the gift. "The bed is made. Oh, and if you need to use the bathroom, it's 2 doors down on the right." Spike smiled. "You need anything else, just come find me or Twilight. Starlight should be back soon too." All Redheart could muster was a single nod. She flopped into the bed with a contented sigh, her smile forming on her face that was the first genuine one she had made in a while. Her eyes involuntarily closed, and she fell into a deep sleep in the blink of an eye. The light was dim, but it was still searing enough for Redheart to come to. Her eyes slowly opened, drifting towards the light's source. A lantern was sitting on a small wooden table, along with some flowers. Next to it was the unmistakable sight of a resting patient in bed. "Are you kidding me?" Before she could fully take in the situation, a gruff voice grabbed her attention, though its owner was hard to see in the near dark. "You won't discharge my daughter? Do you want me to get security? Because I can get security and put you out of a job in 5 minutes flat." Redheart opened her mouth to speak, but the stallion charged at her before she could utter a word, causing her to back up into a wall and rear up on her hind legs. "She is perfectly healthy. You know that. We're not rich, which you obviously don't know. This hospital was once a respected Ponyville institution, and now it's run by a bunch of jokes who went to a back alley college for medical degrees." The stallion's fiery green eyes narrowed. "So discharge my daughter now, before I make sure you wind up with her same fate." With panic making her heart beat faster, Redheart suddenly began to realize just where she was. Where she thought would be a fantastical land of wackiness, there was only the nightmarish realism of a patient's angry family member putting her life on the line because they were the ones with the legitimate medical degree. Not her, it was something she thought she had left behind. But being confronted like this now made her realize that she was a fool for doing so. The trauma and stress from her job had settled in her body too much. It wouldn't just go away with a good night's sleep. The blunt force of the stone's hoop impacting her cheek made her slump to the floor. She clutched it with a strangled gasp. Her eyes moving towards him as he began to stomp out of the room. It wasn't the punch that left her in shock so much as it was the setting she was in was nothing more than a dream, and the punch felt almost real. But even though it was a dream, that didn't mean it didn't scare her. She couldn't get any release in this world despite quitting her job in the waking world. And who knew how long her mind would keep tormenting her, even with therapy. Thinking about the duration just made her more and more scared. The unpredictability about what would happen next made her blood run cold. The stone stopped suddenly and whirled his head around. An angry snort was expelled through his nostrils. His final words before exiting were like a punch to the terrified mare's soul. "You disgust me! You're even sicker than the patients!" Author's note: dedicated to those working in the medical industry, as doctors, nurses, EMTs, what have you. Please look out for your mental health, lest you yourself end up as a patient.
Every hoof step down the hall feels heavy. Smiles I wore have faded away. Once a dream to heal the hurting, now I'm lost in the gray. Faces blend, stories cut deep, echoes of cries haunt my sleep. No one says thanks, not like they mean it. Just a nurse, unseen, defeated. I'm sicker than the patients, drowning in despair, holding broken pieces. No one seems to care. I gave my heart, but it's worn so thin. Time to find the strength to start again. The clock ticks on, but time feels still. Trapped in the void of this endless well. Late nights blend, the mornings sting. What happened to the hope I bring? They say it's noble, a life well spent, but no one sees how my soul is bent. My own reflection I barely know, a shadow of the pony I used to show. I'm sicker than the patients, drowning in despair, holding broken pieces. No one seems to care. I gave my heart, but it's worn so thin. Time to find the strength to start again. Letters written, decisions made. Walking away feels bittersweet and strange. The nurse in me wants to keep the fight, but I need to heal to find the light. The rain outside calls my name, washing away all the guilt and shame. This chapter ends, a new one begins. I'll find the strength to love again. More to life than sacrifice. into the rain and let it show. Though I'm weary, I'll take the climb, because even healers need their time.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Bro, who? Comment, subscribe, ring that bell.
Soul Invictus by Sia. Author's note. This is a sequel to Silent Whisper's Symbiosis, and reading that story first is essential to understanding this one. Thanks to you, Silent, for providing such wonderful material to work with. You're an excellent author and a good friend. Isn't it funny how hindsight can change everything, darling? A while ago this would have been my worst nightmare, but now I think Rainbow might have been right. I think every sordid moment of life aboard this ship was stolen from the dead. I think we deserve to join them. We have to keep going, cried the mare, peering behind her into the darkness. She squinted for a moment, chewing her lip nervously. She'd gotten too far ahead as usual, but it was hard not to. Everyone knew they had to keep pressing forward. Remaining where they were wasn't an option. Normally she wouldn't have minded getting away from the herd, but this was different. She didn't want to do this last part alone. The thought of doing so made her uneasy. She felt like she didn't deserve it. Eventually, the faint sound of voices floated by on the stale air, and soon they were joined by lights. Letting out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding, Cloudy finally relaxed. "What's the hold-up, Star Scout?" called one of the voices to her. They were still too far away for her to tell who had asked, and she turned away without replying. They knew why she'd stopped. It might have made them feel better to pretend this was business as usual, but each of them knew what was about to happen. Cloudy waited until the voices were closer, and then began to push forward. Soon she found herself astride by 2, then 4, then more ponies than she could count, and with hoof picks and shovels, all of them began to dig through the wall of soil and stone in front of them. "We have to keep going!" Sunny sighed and waited for the inevitable. "That means you too, Star Scout!" She rolled her eyes and made a token effort to tap the rocks in front of her with the pickaxe. The metal tip bounced away harmlessly, not even leaving a mark. She waited a few seconds before doing it again. From behind there was the sound of someone grumbling as they headed in her direction. "Sunny, what are you doing?" asked Ivory. He spoke in low tones, clearly not wanting anyone else to hear their conversation. "I've been doing this for 4 hours, she snapped, fixing him with an unimpressed look. "I know you're tired, but we need to keep—" "Ivory, I've been doing this for 4 hours. Can't I have a break?" she demanded, rubbing her sore neck. "You know we have to keep at it," the Pegasus said, firmly but not unsympathetically. "No, Ivory, I actually don't, because none of you will tell me," she shouted, throwing her pickaxe down. "Why should I help with the digging when I don't even know what I'm digging for? Everyone else here knows." Ivory stared down at her, one set of eyes among the several that had begun looking in their direction. The sounds of digging had receded to nearly nothing as more and more of the herd found their attention drawn to the growing argument. Just go help with dinner, okay? Ivory replied exasperatedly, rubbing his brow with a hoof. Sunny didn't wait to be told twice. She stalked away, roughly pulling off her hoof guards and throwing them to the ground. Behind her, she heard Ivory barking orders at the others to resume digging. She didn't turn back and kept storming away until she reached the tarpaulin flap that separated the digging site from the open air. Outside, the cold hit her immediately. Without the combined heat of bodies and exertion, the night air was biting against her sweat-soaked coat. She shivered and wasted no time taking off in the direction of the tent where dinner would be being prepared. The little shanty that her herd had set up was quiet. Anyone who wasn't either digging or helping make the evening meal would likely be catching up on some much-needed sleep. True leisure time had never really been something that Sunny had ever known in her short life. When she reached the right tent, she stopped for a moment and turned to the sky. The stars twinkled in the inky black. Sunny closed her eyes. She imagined that when she opened them, the sky would be a joyous bright blue. She imagined that the sun would be there, warming her face and giving life back to the earth. Of course, when she opened them again, it was exactly the same as before, pitch black, save for the meagre silver light of the moon and the herd's flickering torches. Her shoulders slumped, but before Sunny could head into the tent, she spied something on the ground. Coming up through the dry, cracked ground was a single green shoot. It was tiny and weak, but the note of colour against the backdrop of the infinite grey plateau was unmistakable. She started to move her shaking hoof out to touch it, and bit her lip. The temptation to yank it out of the ground and eat it was nigh overwhelming. She hadn't eaten anything green in so long. She bet it would be fresh and juicy. But a sudden clatter from inside the tent shook her from her thoughts, and Sunny withdrew her hoof like it had been burnt. The idea of pulling the chute felt suddenly obscene and selfish. To snuff out some of the only new life she'd seen in months. How selfish she was. How selfish they all were. Sunny sighed. There was work to be done. Rarity, I think there might be something wrong with the water, croaked a rasping voice from the gloom. But Rarity didn't know who it was, and she didn't care to stop to find out. She'd been walking for so long, for her whole life. She couldn't stop for someone who had fallen behind, no matter who they were. Besides, Rarity thought to herself, maybe another one down might make the water taste a bit sweeter again. She didn't know whether that thought made her want to laugh or cry. What did she do? Butterscotch deadpanned the second Sunny entered the room. Told the truth, Sunny muttered, not meeting her mother's eyes. Sunny, Butterscotch said. Her tone was one that Sunny had noted that all mothers seemed to have a knack for. With one word, she indicated she wanted Sunny to explain more, and that lying would be instantly detected. I don't see why I should have to dig when I didn't even know what we're doing here, Sunny exclaimed, prompting Butterscotch to sigh. You know we decided not to tell the younger ponies. But why? It's not fair. I'm 15 now, Mum. I deserve to know. We've been here for months, and it's just been, we'll tell you when you're older, over and over again. Does our opinion not matter to you? Sunny Star Scout, of course your opinion matters to us, Butterscotch snapped, throwing her cooking utensils onto the worktop and fixing her daughter with a hard stare. We've not been telling you for your benefit, not ours. And why exactly is it for my benefit to not know what we're digging for? Sonny demanded. So you can have some version of a childhood, Sonny, before you have to grow up and hear all about the world we live in. Everyone else who goes there every day knows, but I'm expected to just swing a pickaxe all day while the other ponies my age get to do the easy stuff, she shouted, not caring for how many of the herd might hear her through the thin tent walls. You know why you have to dig, Sonny, Butterscotch replied, weariness audible in her voice. And in her mother's defense, Sonny did know why. The sad fact was that in a world largely devoid of life, with so few crops to tend, earth ponies were getting increasingly rare. Someone with her innate strength was a pretty useful commodity when it came to mining through rock. A pony as intelligent as Sonny was fully aware of that. But crucially, Sonny was also 15, and as such, she was far more concerned with arguing with her mother than suffering the infuriatingly necessary injustice of breaking rocks all day long. Come and cut up this night root with me, Sonny, please, Butterscotch said, apparently deciding the best solution was to avoid the topic altogether. Sonny held firm for a moment. She could push the topic, but her mother wasn't really one for budging. She could leave her here and run off into the night. Of course, she'd have to return after a short while if she didn't want to freeze to death. The night root would get cut up, cooked, and eaten at the end of the day. It always did. Always night root, one of the only vegetables that grew in the dark. It was waxy, tasteless. Its sole purpose was to provide some fuel for their bodies. There was no joy in it, nothing to relish. There was so little joy at all here, only in each other, in the herd. Was there even the slightest amount of solace? And a bookish, argumentative filly like Sonny had few friends, only her mother, one of the few of their number courageous enough to brave the minefield of childbirth. It wasn't fair that Sonny had to mine all the time, nor that she had to choke down night root, night after joyless night. But it also wasn't fair that her mother had to watch her only daughter slave away all day without that glint of zeal for life that all parents want for their children. All they had was each other, and all she had was Butterscotch. So Sonny sighed, walked over to the older mare, and began to help prepare the meal. Cloudy drank from her canteen and tried not to grimace. They had been digging for weeks now, and the water recycling machine they had brought along was struggling to keep up. She tried not to think of everything that had been fed into the device to give them all something to drink. Tried not to think of the faint taste of urine she was sure she could pick up. Once the herd had realized the elevator shaft their ancestors must have left for them was unusable, the dig had begun. But it had to be worth it, right? To finally breach through, to see whether all their predictions had been correct, all their devices saying one thing, that the sun had come back. She placed her canteen down and went back to join the herd. They were all scrabbling at the top of the tunnel, some with picks, some with spades, some with their bare hooves, because they could taste the fresh air. They'd been able to for days now. They could smell it, or rather the lack of it. The lack of cramped bodies and sweat, of poorly covered latrine trenches and unwashed fur. The freshness that had to be they were getting close. She pushed through to the front and began the desperate clawing herself. All the herd were so close to her. They were squashed together at the apex of the tunnel. Once they had realized how close they must be, they had stopped with the formalities, stopped digging horizontally to make enough space for everyone, stopped digging at a gentle incline. It had become a mad rush to climb as high and as sharp as possible and to get out of the wretched underground that was the only thing any of them knew. Cloudy gasped for breath. She scraped at the ceiling, having long discarded her pick. The air got cleaner, the stink washed away, the closeness dissipated. Cloudy saw light. She felt a glorious coldness on her hooves that the foul, humid heat of the tunnel would have never allowed. The herd began to cry out. Cloudy pushed forward. Her hooves scrabbled. They stopped meeting resistance. She pushed through. The tunnel ended. Something else started. "We have to keep going!" Rarity cried out, desperately trying to drag the sedentary bodies of her herdmates along, though, of course, she only really cared about one. Deep down, though, she knew it was for naught. Once they sat down like this, they didn't get up. Around her, the rest of the herd moved quickly, refusing to look at those that had fallen irreparably out of the chase, and a part of her wanted to laugh at herself for being indignant. Rarity had flashes of watching Rainbow fade into the gloom, of walking all around their ship until she reached the place once more that her friend's skull should have laid. She remembered finding nothing and of being so thirsty that she just had to drink. And then she remembered vomiting before drinking the water once again. "You have to keep moving! It can't have been for nothing!" Rarity growled at the rosebush, but she got no reply. Roseluck's daughter, still so young, simply wilted a few petals. Rarity couldn't remember the last time she'd seen a foal. Her breathing was shallow and laboured. Rarity turned to look at the quickly receding herd, all of them old, all of them slowing, all dry-mouthed, gasping for water that quenched thirst less with every passing day. The sunset line approached as Rarity continued her futile attempts to make the young mare move. She remembered a time when they were always hours ahead of the line, and now it seemed like they were always just a few seconds from death. The sunset line passed over her. Immediately she felt cold. She felt her vine's desperation to be back in the light. She felt the life draining from her body. Tears beating in her eyes, she let go of the rosebush. Then she bolted in the direction of the herd. Sunny and Butterscotch cut up the night route in tense silence. The rhythmic chopping noises floated through the air, where there would normally be lively conversation. Sunny loved her mother, and she desperately wanted to speak with her. But Sunny was also angry, and she didn't want to give in. "You're too clever for your own good, do you know that?" Butterscotch said, a sad smile on her face. "Huh? You always have been, right from when you were born. I worry about you a lot, Sunny. You've always been an old soul for someone so young." "I'm old enough to know why we're here, Mum," Sunny said, turning to look Butterscotch in the eyes. "Please." Butterscotch looked her up and down for a moment, deep in thought. For a moment, Sunny thought she was going to break. "Did I ever tell you about your name?" "I was named after your gran," Sunny replied curtly. If they were playing this game, then Sunny wasn't going to bite. "Yes, but did we ever tell you why she was called Sunny?" Butterscotch continued with a chuckle. Sunny tried not to seem interested, but her mother could read her like a book. There was nothing that Sunny Starscout loved more than learning something new. You see, her mother, Cloudy, was the first pony to break out of the bunkers. When the eternal night came and all the plants died, no one had anything to eat. There wasn't night route back then, Butterscotch said with a wan smile, gesturing down to the unappetizing dark blue plant on the table. And all the smartest ponies in the world tried to work out what they could do to keep everyone alive. And our ancestors went to live underground. They made artificial light which kept them warm and helped grow enough food for them to keep going. I know, Sunny interjected irritably. Just listen, love. They went underground for hundreds of years, but the food was getting less and less each year. The herd was getting smaller until one day they checked their instruments, all the devices they had down there to try to monitor what was happening on the surface, and they saw it. The sun had come back. But their ancestors, our ancestors, didn't think they would ever leave the bunkers, so the way out had crumbled over time. They had to dig their way out, and the whole time they didn't know whether their instruments were right. They made a leap of faith. They got their whole herd out of there and reached the surface. Yeah, and then Cloudy was the first one to reach the surface, and their instruments were wrong, Sunny spat, scrunching her eyes up. They got up here, and the sun was out for, like, a few days out of the month, and then they had to eat night root like us, and wait to see if the sun ever comes back each time it goes away. I already know this, Mum. I don't need reminding. They weren't wrong, Butterscotch said softly, stopping Sunny's rant. The sun had come back. Cloudy lived her life on the surface, and she was so happy and so in love with the sun that she called her daughter Sunny. It wasn't until she died that the sun started to go away again. All of this, is because the long night is starting again, Sunny. Sunny looked at her mother, suddenly feeling her mouth go dry. Do you understand why we don't want to tell you this? No one wants their children to live knowing that one day the sun is going to go away forever. Sunny felt like the ground was collapsing from under her. She dropped the knife and shakily backed away from the counter. Her mind spun, reaching out into the void for anything, any question she could ask which might starve off the realization she was rapidly coming to. So why did you call me Sunny then? If you knew the sun was going to go away, then why name me after it? Hey, sit down, love. Don't worry, Butterscotch soothed, walking over to help steady her daughter. I was hopeless. The sun was going away and we had no way of fixing it. But just before you were born, we found our hope. We found records out in the wasteland. One of the other experiments worked. After the eternal night. Wait, what? Sunny exclaimed, gawking at her mother. That's why we're here. That's what we're digging for. To find their old lab, all their old research, so we could survive too. I called you Sunny because when we found out, it was like finding a new sun. And then you came along, and I felt Cloudy must have. I felt like I could look my daughter in the eyes, knowing that she would live a better life than I had. That's why your whole life we've been travelling here, Sunny, and now you've arrived. That's what we're digging for. Wait, Sunny said, feeling the information overwhelm her as she began to hyperventilate. You're telling me there are other ponies out there? Others that survived? Not here, Sunny. Up there, Butterscotch responded, beaming, and pointed her hoof to the sky. They changed themselves and escaped out into the stars, and when we find their lab, we're going to follow them. Rarity watched passively as the bright, light fog slowly moved over her body. The herd mate that she had collapsed with had long gone quiet. Even the light hadn't been enough to sustain them. The ship creaked. It was doing that more and more these days. It was the foals that had been the problem. She always thought any mare would be mad to get pregnant. Pregnancy slowed you down, made you unable to chase the light. So of course, fewer mares would raise children, and even among those who decided to, survival for her or her child was far from guaranteed. As their numbers shrank, survival became more unlikely, and as their numbers had continued to shrink even further, survival became impossible. A nearby pipe buckled and burst, leaking a sleek, oily substance out into the water they were sitting in. It was building up and beginning to destroy their ship. Circuits shorted, metal rusted, machinery broke. It was never meant to deal with this much water. But there were no ponies to drink it any longer. Rarity didn't think there was anyone left but her now. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen anyone other than her or her recently passed companion. It was funny, she thought to herself. She had always been so concerned with simply moving forward. She didn't think she'd ever even bothered to learn their name. She coughed. Her throat felt like sandpaper. More of her foliage slowed from her body. Even if there was anyone to drink the water, no one would want to anymore. What half her body was submerged in was a foul, stinking bile. None of the sweetness it had from when she was younger remained. Of course, their numbers had been shrinking. There was no one to feed it any longer. She choked, finding herself only unable to cry for the dehydration. The oil continued to spill out. When it caught the light, Rarity thought it looked like a rainbow. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the light on her face. "We were a spiteful race, and we wrought what we deserved. I can't imagine we shall be missed," she announced, in the vague hope that something might answer her. That the outland declaration could provide some sort of bookend for this whole mess. But of course, Rarity was alone. Her herd was long gone. Roseluck and her daughter were long gone. Rainbow was long gone. So it didn't matter. And contrary to her announcement, she was afraid to die. But she hadn't been lying. They had wrought what they deserved. And she couldn't deny there was also a feeling of relief that this wretched experiment could at least be brought to a close. So in the absence of anything further to do, Rarity looked out of the window at the stars and took some comfort in the last few moments of sun and life before the ship continued its eternal rotation and she was left in the dark. Sunny sat by the tent, enjoying the feeling of warmth on her face. The sun had finally come back a couple of days ago. It had gone for 2.5 months this time, the longest she'd ever known. It used to worry her when she was smaller. She'd always sit in her tent, snuggled in Butterscotch's hooves, and wonder whether the light would ever return. Since speaking to her mother all those weeks ago, she knew now that one day, probably soon, it wouldn't. And when that day came, even the night route would eventually die out. Nothing could live in total darkness forever after all. But Sunny didn't worry all that much anymore. These days she found herself more concerned with thoughts of their ancestors who managed to escape. She wondered what paradise they found in the ether. She wondered whether they'd one day find them too. Because not too long after she'd spoken with her mother, they'd finally broken through the rock wall. They found the lab, the enormous skeleton of the half-completed starship. It was like an enormous wheel, a looping path. Sunny preferred to think of it as an Ouroboros. She didn't know why, but it felt right. She looked down at the ground where the chute she'd found on that night used to be. There was a tiny crevice where it had been uprooted. Sunny smiled and regarded her hoof. She watched the way the plant had merged with her. Even when they'd found all the specimens in the lab, rose bushes and ivy and the most amazing flowers, bathed in the artificial lights they all slept under. Sunny had felt like she wanted to become one with this tiny shoot. The sun would go in soon, and she knew that her mother would be looking for her. Bookish ponies like her were invaluable when it came to poring over research notes and working out how to get the ship ready for takeoff. But she remained still, enjoying the moment of sunshine in a world that was so often cold. There wouldn't be many more days like this. The world was going to become cold again, maybe forever. But Sunny could, at the very least, enjoy one of the last moments down on the ground, safe in the knowledge that they'd be up in the stars soon, following their forebears for another chance at life.
Through tunnels carved by weary hooves, a restless herd digs on. Their breath hangs thin in poisoned air where daylight once had shone. The girl called Sunny breaks the stone, unsure what waits above. A life of dust and night-root meals has starved her dreams of love. Yet still she feels a flicker burn, a hope she cannot shake. A world beyond these choking walls, a sky they long to break. Just keep digging through the darkness and the dread, for the sun may rise again beyond the weight of all they've bled. Keep on digging, though the memories decay in the ruins of a dying world. They chase the light that slipped away. A distant sun. Just keep digging through the darkness and the dread, for the sun may rise again beyond the weight of all they've bled. Keep on digging, though the memories decay in the ruins of a dying world. They chase the light that slipped away. Beneath their hooves, a legacy of ivy, roots and vine, a mirrored fate that loops again across a distant time. A broken wheel in orbit, lost, a herd that walked too far, a warning written in the void, a trail of dying stars. A purpose wake, a warmth against her skin. The tiny shoot she spared that night now reaching out within. Its vibrant green, a fragile oath that life can bloom anew. If only they can claim the sky and break the world in two. She sees the ship their elders built asleep beneath the dust, a vessel shaped like endless paths, a symbol of their trust. just keep digging through the darkness and the dread. For the sun may rise again beyond the weight of all they've bled. Keep on digging, though the memories decay. In the ruins of a dying world, they chase the light that slipped away. And when the final stone gives way, the sky returns once more. A fleeting warmth upon her face, like nothing felt before. Though darkness waits to claim the earth, their future lies above. For in the cold of endless night, they carry light and
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony by the way. Comment, subscribe, join the cult of nine. Ring that bell, awaken the spirits. It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel.
P.I.P.P. by Burning Butterfly. Story 2. If I Were You. A small pink Pegasus with a wavy violet mane frantically typed at the keyboard of the family's computer. Hastily, she scanned the email she had composed. She wanted to add more, but there was no time left. In a few minutes, he wouldn't arrive. Placing her painted hoof on the mouse, she moved the cursor over to the Send button and clicked on it. She involuntarily shuddered when she heard jingling keys by the front door. Panic almost made her throw up on the keyboard, but she managed to close the internet browser and shut down the computer just before the door opened. Hurrying to the kitchen, she quickly began washing dirty dishes, hoping that he wouldn't find out what she'd been up to. She had sent an email to her hero, Princess Pip Petals. It read, "Dear Princess Pip Petals, I'm your biggest fan. I know lots of ponies must tell you that, but I really am. I think you're the most beautiful, awesome pony ever, and I try my best to be just like you. I bleached my feathers and dyed my mane violet to match yours, plus I always wear gold hoof polish. I'm a horrible singer though, but still, whenever I listen to one of your songs, I can't help but sing along. I'm totally freaking out that you're coming here to Zephyr Heights on your next stop on your tour around Equestria. I hope I'll be able to go to your concert. The tickets are pricey, but I've been saving up and I think I can buy one before they sell out. OMP, you're just the best, the most fantastic singer ever. I can't wait to see you. Tons of love from your #1 pipsqueak, Poppy Seeds." When Poppy was finished washing the dishes, she slipped back to her bedroom, which was tiny due to the small size of her family's apartment. She checked if her phone was finally fully charged. Because her phone had died, Poppy had been forced to use the computer to send her first email to Pip. It was a risk she definitely wouldn't take again. Once outside her bedroom window, the tall, sophisticated buildings of Zephyr Heights became skyscrapers of rose gold thanks to the blazing sunset. Poppy could see Pegasi soaring and gliding through the majestic pink city. She imagined she was out there flying with them. She could almost feel the wind rushing through her feathers, but her aching left wing brought her out of her daydream. Poppy, having lived with the pain for years, was used to the soreness of her wing, but a different kind of pain caused her to shed tears as she watched the world outside her window. Poppy couldn't fly because her left wing was permanently broken. But if there was a way a pony could fly with only one good wing, Poppy would find it. She knew she'd figure it out someday. Till then, she would keep her mind on happier thoughts, like Pip's arrival. As she pressed her hoof over her eyes, Poppy smiled and excitedly wondered what Pip's response would be to her email. Pip didn't reply to Poppy's email. Overwhelmed by her Glowin' Around Equestria tour, Pip had no time nor energy to check her email. After working her vocal cords to the max for every performance, she was exhausted, and the task of reading so much fan mail was too challenging. "Going through my inbox is such a drain," she told Zip. "There's like a zillion emails from my pipsqueaks I still haven't read yet. I want to reply to all of them, but that would take me forever. But I just can't ignore them either. What am I going to do?" Dropping herself onto her plush bed, Pip slammed her face into a pillow and groaned. The two sisters were in Pip's old bedroom in the Zephyr Heights Royal Palace. Queen Haven had insisted that Pip stay in the palace while she was performing in Zephyr Heights. "You could try using an auto messenger app that sends replies for you," Zip offered. "But..." "That's a great idea," Pip squealed, sitting up. She grabbed the pillow she had just face planted into and hugged it. That would solve so many problems." "But it's kinda dishonest," Zip finished, cocking an eyebrow. Pip pondered her sister's words for a moment. "True. Wait, I got it. I'll make a video explaining that. From now on, I'll be using an auto messenger. That way there'll be no confusion or hurt feelings." Under the safety of night, Poppy, wiping her eyes, reread the email she had sent to Pip 1 week ago. She had hoped no pony would hear her crying through the thin walls of her drab bedroom. "I creeped her out because I said I made myself look like her. That's why she didn't reply," she thought bitterly. "She must think I'm a weirdo. How could I be so dumb?" Poppy desperately wanted to explain herself, but that meant she would have to confess humiliating secrets to Pip. Crawling into bed, she wrapped herself in old threadbare blankets, giving herself a moment to scratch the thin red scars near her hooves. She took a deep breath and gripped her phone tightly. "Dear Princess Pip," she began. "I'm so sorry if my previous email made you feel uncomfortable. I just wanted to show you that I'm seriously your most devoted pipsqueak. Pip, I made myself look like you because you're the most beautiful pony I've ever seen. I'm naturally hideous, so I had no choice but to change the way I look. And I thought looking more like you was the right thing to do. I don't want to be me. I want to be like you. I wish I were you. You're perfect, Pip, and I'm broken in so many ways. My left wing is broken. My dad broke it many years ago when I was a filly. He was so mad at me because I had told some pony that he hits me a lot. He grabbed it and yanked it back so hard that it snapped. It was the worst pain I've ever felt. It's never really healed, so I can't fly. But please don't tell any pony. You'll make things worse for me. I'm a grown mare, but he controls everything I do. He doesn't let me go out on my own. I think he's scared that some pony will see what he did to my wing. He was furious when he saw that I had bleached my wings and dyed my mane. He beat me up. But you know what? I was so happy that I finally looked like you that I didn't even care about the pain. So you see, I only changed my looks because I love you so much, Pip. No pony likes some pony who's broken, so I have to at least look like I'm perfect. I hope you understand. Lots of love. Poppy Seeds. Tears blurred Poppy's vision as she tapped the send button. She put away her phone and cried herself to sleep. But in the morning, she was smiling from ear to ear. Pip had answered her email overnight. Poppy received this reply. Dear beloved Pipsqueak, thank you for the message you sent me. Your thoughts and opinions mean a lot to me. I may have a lot of Pipsqueaks, but you're special in your own unique way. Keep being the awesome you that you are. I hope I'll see you at my concert tonight, which will be at Metropolitan Mall in Downhouse Zephyr Heights. Love, Princess Pip Petals. Poppy couldn't believe it. Pip was inviting her to a concert, which meant she didn't have to worry about getting a ticket. In a delirious frenzy, Poppy rummaged through her closet for something to wear. Since she owned only Earth Pony apparel, all her clothes lacked wing holes. It made hiding her broken wing easier. The lavender hoodie she picked out was her favourite because Pip's cutie mark was printed on the front. Once her parents had left, Poppy primped herself, put on her hoodie and saddlebag, and grabbed a spare key. After locking the door of her family's apartment, she headed for the stairway. As she cantered down the carpeted stairs, she wondered if any pony would mistake her for Pip. But then she remembered her eyes were the wrong colour. Poppy's eyes were dark brown instead of yellow-green. She stepped out into the night and found herself dwarfed by a chaotic, bustling city. Intimidated but determined to arrive on time, she quickened her pace. Pip's concert was about to begin. Other Pegasi zoomed past her, their healthy, strong wings propelling them rapidly through the air. Frowning, Poppy kept her gaze on the ground as she trotted along. They're just a bunch of show-offs, she thought. Poppy arrived at the Metropolitan Mall in a few minutes before the concert was due to start. She shyly took a place at the end of the long line of ponies who were waiting to get in. One by one, the ponies ahead of her entered the mall after their tickets were checked. When it was finally her turn, Poppy stepped up to the bored, bubblegum-chewing mare who was checking the tickets. Ticket, the mare said irritably, holding out her hoof. Poppy cleared her throat. So I got an email from Pip? Great, another one, let me guess, sighed the mare. Princess Pip invited you to this concert. Yeah. That email wasn't an invitation, it's just a dumb cutesy-wootsy auto-reply. You got a ticket? No, but I got money to pay for. Tickets are sold out. Look, I don't mean to be rude, seeing how you're an earth pony and not from around here, but you should have bought a ticket way before. Why are you trying to get one at the last minute? Did you seriously think an email would get you in for free? Poppy's face burned hot. The security guards standing by the mall's entrance snickered and shook their heads. Poppy heard Pip's amplified singing echoing from within the mall and the thumping bass beat of electronic music. She turned her back to the mare and the security guards and took off running. Galloping furiously, Poppy raced back to her apartment building and went in. She ascended the first flight of stairs within seconds, but before she could climb the second one, She collapsed from exhaustion, panting. She pulled the hood of her sweater over her head and tightened it so it scrunched up around her face. Huddling against a wall, she made sure to cry very quietly. Walking down an elegant corridor, Pip yawned as she calmly made her way through the royal palace to her bedroom. After yet another sparkling vocal performance, she was ready to dream the night away, swaddled in satin sheets and velvet comforters. She knew she badly needed some sleep because she was hallucinating. She thought she heard some pony crying. The weeping grew louder, and Pip realized it wasn't her imagination. Following the distressing sound, she entered a dimly lit hallway. At the end of the hallway was a massive window that stretched from the ceiling to the floor, through which Pip could see the Zephyr Heights skyline and the pearly full moon. In front of the window sat a hunched-over pony. Jagged sobs emanated from the pony's mouth. Pip walked up to the stranger, her hooves clacking against the polished marble tiles. Swallowing, Pip stopped a few paces from the pony. "Hey," she said softly, "you okay?" The sobbing mare looked up at her. Pip raised her eyebrows and blinked. The mare resembled Pip so much she could be her twin. The only visible difference was her dark brown eyes, which were rimmed with long lashes, damp with tears. The stranger looked at her with such longing that Pip felt compelled to come closer. "Why didn't you reply?" Poppy questioned her. "Why did you send me something fake?" "Oh, my pony, she got one of the auto-replies," realized Pip. "I'm so sorry. It's just that I sent you three messages." Pip opened her mouth to respond, but she couldn't think of what else to say. How did this pony get into the palace in the first place? Where were the guards? Pip wanted the guards to be present even more when the mare's miserable expression suddenly became bitter and hateful. "All I got back was shallow, worthless crap. I poured my heart out to you. Don't you even care?" "Of course I do," Pip protested. "You don't," shouted Poppy. "If you did, you would have read my emails. You would have known my left wing was all messed up. But now, both my wings are broken. He broke my other wing because I went to see you. He broke both my wings." She stood up and turned around. The bones and joints of her bruised, mangled wings were bent out of shape. Large, bloody, bare spots where dozens of feathers would be. Pip took a few steps back. Poppy spun around and clamped her hooves on Pip's shoulders. "But you know what?" "Let me go!" Pip yelled as she shoved off Poppy's hooves. With a few wing flaps, Pip lifted herself into the air. But Poppy jumped up, slinged her forelegs around Pip's waist and yanked her down. "I can fly anyhow!" Poppy snarled. With Pip in her grasp, Poppy leaped into the window. Glass shards sliced through their skin as two screaming mares plunged down, their lungs filling with icy air. They were only moments away from hitting the rapidly approaching ground. And then Pip woke up. "Gah!" she yelped. Sitting up in her bed, her forehead was damp with cold sweat. She kept her hoof on her chest until her breathing returned to normal again. "Nightmare! Nightmare!" she whispered to herself. She grabbed her phone to check the time. It was 3 a.m. Going back to sleep was not going to be possible, at least for a while. She wondered what to do in the meantime. Well, maybe I should check my inbox. Maybe I can answer some emails. The auto messenger app might be a bad idea after all, she mused. Pip opened the email app on her phone and saw that some pony had sent her a message at midnight. She clicked on it. The email read, "Pip, I know you'll ignore this email just like you did my 2 others, but I wanted to tell you that I'm going to fly tonight for the first time in I don't know how many years. I finally figured out how to fly. It's all thanks to you and the monster. I humiliated myself when I tried to get into your Metropolitan Mall concert. Yeah, thanks for the fake invite. They laughed at me because I didn't have a ticket, and I went home feeling ashamed and so stupid. The monster, my dad, was waiting for me when I got home. First he grabbed me by my mane and threw me on the floor. Then he practically ripped off my hoodie so he could hit me over and over again on my back. I begged him to stop, but he just kept beating me. My crying made him so furious that he destroyed my good wing. You'll never understand, Pip, the unimaginable pain of your bones breaking because they're being bent in half." He stepped on my mouth so no pony would hear me scream, and I couldn't breathe. He pushed me into my room once I stopped screaming, which is why I'm writing this email from here. I'm too scared to ever go out my bedroom door again. There's the window, though. My wings are completely useless. It's time for me to fly. Bye, poppy seeds. Shaking, Pip stared at her phone. She rapidly scrolled through the sea of fan mail until she found Poppy Seed's 2 other messages. As she read them, she became increasingly nauseous and weak. Although she didn't understand how, Pip knew that she had encountered Poppy in her nightmare. Abandoning her phone on the bed, she dashed to her personal bathroom, turning on the sink faucet as if it could wash away her fear and her guilt. She cried as she looked at herself in the mirror. Maybe it was the darkness of the bathroom or her tired, overwhelmed mind, but it looked like her normally green eyes were dark brown in the reflection. The reflection moved on its own even though she was standing still. Pip yelped as her reflection's mouth opened and closed as if it was whispering directly into her ear. Pip heard her reflection say, "I want to be you." Pip's reflection jumped out of the mirror and knocked her onto her back. As the pony straddled her and held her down, Pip screamed at the top of her lungs. The pony melted into a mist and rushed into her open mouth. Queen Haven, followed by her guards, galloped into her daughter's bathroom. "Pip, my love, are you all right?" she cried. "Why did you scream?" "Something startled me," her daughter replied calmly. Haven wondered why Pip was staring so intensely at the mirror. She was studying her reflection as if she had never seen herself before. Smiling from ear to ear, Pip admired her wings and flapped them a little. Haven exhaled. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, darling. I've been anxious ever since I watched the late night news. I don't mean to upset you, but there was a report about a young, troubled mare who greatly resembled you. Her name was Poppy Seeds. She jumped from the 15th story window of her apartment building." "Pip? Pip, why are you crying? Did you know that mare?" "You could say that," she answered softly. "Oh, my love, I'm so sorry," Haven whispered as she stepped closer. "Everything will be fine. Don't cry." She gently wiped away her daughter's tears and embraced her. "I'm not crying about that," her daughter said as she passed a hoof over her eyes. "Then why are you crying, my love?" Because I'm so happy. Happy? Yes, because now I'm who I always wanted to be, said Poppy.
I clicked send, my heart in lines of light, hoping you'd read me in the midnight quiet. Fingers shaking, hiding dishes undone. My wings are broken, but my love has just begun. I watch your life on glowing screens. Dream I'm your shadow in your silver dreams. If I were you, I'd never feel alone. I'd paint my skies in gold, not broken bones. If I were you, I'd heal with every song. But here I am, a stranger gone too long. He snapped my wing to keep me in the dark. I mask my scars to match your shining spark. I hid my tears beneath the dyed violet mane, because loving you hurts more than in any pain. In haunted halls I call your name, a phantom plea you'll never claim. I barter all I've lost and planned to live the life I dream instead. If I were you, I'd never fear the night. I'd spread my wings and chase the morning light. If I were you, I wouldn't bear this shame. I'd have a name that echoes through the flame. If I were you.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Brohof. Comment. Subscribe. Ring the bell.
Dost thou wish to build a snowmare? By Shakespeare. Luna pushed open the heavy wooden door to her big sister's room.
Tia, dost thou wish to build a snowmare?
From behind her stack of paperwork, Princess Celestia shook her head. No, Luna, you know we don't have time for that. The three tribes have only just now been unified, and now that Stygian and the pillars have vanished, it falls to us to lead, and the national leaders making an effigy out of the very mess with which the Windigos nearly killed us would just plain be in poor taste. The blue filly frowned.
Oh,
Princess Celestia's stern expression softened. I'm sorry, Luna, but when you're a bit older, you'll understand. Politics. It's all about public appearances.
another time, perhaps?
Luna asked. Of course, we are alicorns. Time is a luxury you and I have in abundance. It's just that now is not a good time. Tia, dost thou wish to build a snowmare? Princess Luna asked. With what snow, Luna? Princess Celestia asked. Luna gathered up some large mounds of cotton candy from the side of the road, shaping it into the vaguely amorphous shape of a pony. Ta-da! Really, Luna? Celestia admonished her. You know we don't have time for that. We need to make haste to defeat discord. And we shall, with these, Luna said, brandishing the elements of harmony. Verily, we can spare a moment along the way. Thou really must partake in the humour of such outrageous fortune. Princess Celestia glared at her. Shame on you. Our little ponies are suffering. We haven't even a second to indulge such foolish behaviour. The smile ran away from Luna's face and she nodded. Yes, of course, you're right, Tia. As always, now is not a good time. When King Sombra was defeated, he was turned to shadow and banished to the ice of the frozen north, but not before he was able to put a curse on the Crystal Empire, a curse that caused it to vanish into thin air. Princess Celestia and Luna stood in the middle of the vast barren tundra where the Empire had just been only moments ago. Sombra had been defeated, yes, but with the loss of the Empire, it was a Pyrrhic victory at best. Princess Luna shuffled her hooves in place, unsure of what to do next. She absent-mindedly gathered a bit of snow together in a small pile with her hooves. She looked at Celestia, who was in no mood. She just looked back at her with an expression that said, Don't even think to ask it right now. It was a bad time. It was a long flight home. All these memories haunted Princess Celestia every time she looked up at the mare in the moon for 1,000 years. Time was all she had now. It was a prison for them both. Her sister's voice echoed in her ears. Dost thou wish to build a snow mare? Twilight Sparkle and her friends bowed at the conclusion of the hearth-warming reenactment play in Canterlot. Princess Celestia and Luna had watched from the royal balcony seats. Luna hurried down to speak with the troupe of actors afterwards. "A splendid show," Luna said. "Not quite as we remembered, but enjoyable nonetheless." "Well, I'm sure the story has changed a bit as it had been passed down," Twilight said. "I'd be very curious to hear the original." "A tale for another time," Luna said. "We would very much desire to hear of what new traditions have come arise." "Oh, well, I'm not sure that has changed since then. Or what's the same," Twilight said. "But we have the hearth-warming tree, gift exchange, the mantel dolls." "Don't forget the parties," Twinkie Pie added. "And cider," Applejack and Rainbow Dash said at the same time. "And don we now our gay apparel," Rarity said in her festive holiday outfit. "And, of course, cozying up by the fireplace with a warm mug of cocoa," Fluttershy said. "Every pony does things a little differently," Twilight said, "but as far as what's changed, I would think that you would need to ask Princess Celestia. She would know best." "Tia!" "Ah, yes." Luna agreed, looking back over her shoulder at Princess Celestia, waiting for her in the balcony seat. "What has she done each year?" The other ponies looked at each other in confusion. I don't know," Twilight said. "I always went home on school break for the holidays. I assumed she always did some important princess stuff." "That does sound like her," Luna agreed. Exiting the theatre, Luna walked closely beside her elder sister. "Verily, much hath changed during our absence, Tia." "It has." "'Tis only natural for things to change, no?" "It is." They opted to walk rather than fly or teleport back to the palace. Luna looked around the city, brightly lit beneath the blanket of fresh snow. "It's pleasing to see," Luna said. "Our little ponies, so prosperous, no pony wanting for food or shelter, free from strife in the cold months, to be festive even." On the other side of the street, a few foals darted out from an alleyway and chased each other about, hastily flinging snowballs back and forth, heedless of the royalty across the way from them. As quickly as they had appeared, they ran off between a couple houses, leaving only the echoes of their giggles and laughter. Luna gathered up a bit of snow in her hooves to form a ball. Behind her, Celestia pushed a bit of snow with her hoof. It was barely deep enough to even cover her golden horseshoes, but the temperature and moisture was perfect. It clumped together well. Luna held her perfectly spherical snowball in her proud hooves. She turned and looked at Celestia. Celestia stiffened, and she felt her throat close up, anticipating the question. Luna's smile faltered for a moment, and she let the snowball drop unceremoniously onto the sidewalk with a muffled thud before she continued walking. "Tia, what hath been thine tradition these years bygone?" Luna asked. "Surely thou hast scheduled us with many a royal duties and appearances for the day of hearth's warming on the morrow?" "Actually, no," Celestia said. "No?" "No, I've kept the day clear for you, for us to do whatever you want, Luna." "No summits, ribbon cuttings, or galas?" "Not unless you want there to be." Luna thought on it for a moment. "We wish to see how other ponies everywhere celebrate." Celestia smiled. "A splendid idea, Luna." Princess Celestia woke in the dark, as she always did just before the dawn she was to bring. Her eyes slowly opened and focused in the dim moonlight coming in through her chamber's balcony window. Beside her bed, a cloaked figure stood, looming over her and staring down with the dark, empty eye sockets of a skull. Surrender thine wine! It demanded. Princess Celestia shrieked in terror and tumbled out of the other side of her bed. Luna cackled from beneath the robe, holding the fox pony skull on a pole. Luna! What in Equestria? Celestia yelled. "'Tis an old Nightmare Night decoration," Luna said. "We have repurposed it for the Zebrakan hearth-warming tradition. Is it not delightfully macabre?" Zebrakan? Celestia asked in groggy confusion. "Indeed," Celestia said. "We visited many dreams last eve to see what traditions yet be. Madame Zecora dreamt of Avalilud, is a spirit that visits home and entreats entrance through rhyme. And the residents must deny entrance in kind. If they succeed, she is turned away, but if she wins, she may enter to raid the pantry and icebox for drink." Okay. Celestia rubbed the sleep out of her eyes now that the adrenaline rush had worn off. She shuffled across her bedroom floor to put on her regalia. She squinted to look at her ill-fitting hoofwear. Luna? Luna squealed. "Do you like them? I carved them from wood myself. It's a hearth-warming tradition from Nethersland." "I don't think they're meant to be worn." "Come now, up with the sun," Luna said. "We've alcohol to pilfer." Zecora opened the urgent knock at her door. She looked up at the skull of the cloaked figure. "Well, if it isn't Avariluid. I told you my place you should avoid." "Well now, don't tell us what we should think. We've come to battle thee for a drink. Thou know the rules, so when we win, thou must let us come on in. Flasks and vials may line my shelf, but I'll be keeping them for myself. I haven't the spirits that you seek. These potions are not meant for the meek. We have forever to play this game. Time's on our side. Can you say the same? Thou shalt not be our denier, 'cause we spit rhymes like we spit fire. Such foolishness seen not in all my years. My warning's falling on such deaf ears. If it's fire water you wish to spit, then to you I yield. Here, take it." Zecora gave her a bottle. Luna's hoof reached out from under the cloak and she drank it. A moment later she dropped the skull stick and cast off the cloak as she belched, sending a fireball off in a shallow arc before splashing down into the mud with a steamy hiss. "Luna!" Celestia ran over to hold Luna as she coughed out a puff of smoke. Celestia grabbed the bottle, looking at the label on it. "Dragon's breath?" Zecora smirked. "Perhaps next time you should take heed when I say I've no cider, wine or mead. Now go before you burn down my trees, and happy hearth warming your majesties." The zebra closed the door. Undeterred, Luna stopped at the first home they found just outside of the Everfree forest. Fluttershy opened the door, saw the hooded skull, and screamed. In a flash, she vanished, replaced by discord appearing in her face, along with a giant crossbow. Luna immediately dove out of the way, and Celestia moved forward with a magical shield. "Why do you have a ballista?" Celestia yelled. "A trebuchet wouldn't fit in here," Discord said. "But why do you have a siege weapon?" "Home defense." "From what?" He glanced at the forest behind them. "Trust me, you really don't want to know how many answers there are to that question." He looked at Luna picking up the skull on a stick. "Oh, I get it. Avariluid. Well, unfortunately, Fluttershy keeps a dry house, so unless you want tea..." Luna took back the skull with a dejected huff and she departed along with her elder sister. Celestia saw the look of defeat in her eyes. "Luna, let us try one place more." Applebloom answered the knock at the farmhouse door, looking up at the cloaked horse skull. "Give us booze, give us cider, give us that which we desire," it said. Applebloom promptly fainted. "Little filly?" Luna said, casting off her costume and kneeling down to check on her. What in tarnation happened? Applejack came running over to help Applebloom up. Princess? Princesses? Celestia stepped forward. I'm afraid my sister gave yours a bit of a fright. Applebloom blinked awake, no worse for the wear. Luna explained the Zebrica tradition of Avariluid to Applejack. Cider? A bit early, don't you think? Applejack asked as she grabbed a bottle from the fridge. But I suppose with you working a night shift. Anyway, you could have just asked. She gave the bottle to Luna. Happy hearths warming. The princesses returned the sentiment and turned to leave. Mission accomplished? Celestia asked. Luna looked at the bottle in her hoof and shrugged. It didn't feel like a genuine victory. The traditions of other cultures take time to catch on, Celestia assured her. If you do it every year, the ponies will come to expect it and know how to respond. What traditions hast thou tried to start for our ponies? Luna asked. Oh, I've never gone out of my way for such things, Celestia said. Shall we return home? I'm of the understanding that there is no place like it for the holidays. Might we roast some fermented cocoa beans? Luna asked. Celestia smiled. There's a whole industry dedicated to that now. In fact, there is a drink I'd like to introduce to you involving it. Arriving back in Canterlot, all the ponies in the castle seemed surprised to see them. Luna had become somewhat accustomed to the reaction. It was not often that she was out and about during the day. Oddly, their eyes were not on her. The looks of shock and hushed gasp seemed to all be directed at Celestia. But as promised, Celestia brought Luna to the castle kitchen for a cup of hot cocoa drink, topped with a frothed sweetened dairy that Luna found to be delightful, adding an excessive quality to such successive mug. But like everywhere else in the castle, the staff of the kitchen had been surprised to see them arrive. They spent the rest of the day in Celestia's royal chambers, lounging undisturbed together by the fireplace. Was a fine way to spend the holiday. Outside of Zebrica, the tradition of Avariluid never really caught on, as Luna didn't pursue it. The novelty of free alcohol wore off fast to the princess, with a castle cellar full of wine almost as old as she was. She found far more delight in freely distributing gifts to the good little colts and fillies and helping families in need. Celestia was proud and happy to help Luna spend the holidays in this way. But Luna never did get a straight answer from Celestia about how she had spent hearths warming in years gone by, and though she disdained it, she took to asking others. Like I said, I really don't know, Princess Twilight Sparkle told her. I don't know either, Raven Inkwell told her. No pony knows, Kibitz said. It's a big mystery. I've been on her staff for over 40 years. Every year at hearth warming she would disappear from her chambers, never telling any pony where she was going, what she was doing, or when she would return. It would have us all so terribly worried for the day, but the sun and moon would always rise on time, so we knew she was okay, wherever she was. And then the next day she would be back, never speaking of it, and no pony was to ask her. Seeing her around the castle last year was a surprise, Raven said, not to mention a relief. I suppose we have you to thank for that, Princess Luna. And so it was. At hearth's warming, Celestia no longer disappeared, opting instead to spend the day together with Luna, free of obligations aside from whatever activity Luna desired, until the day they retired, free of obligations for the rest of their days. Celestia brought 2 mugs of hot cocoa down to the stairs on the Silver Shoals dock, where Luna was waiting. Though it was still quite tropical in the southern peninsula of Equestria, in the small hours before winter dawn there was a brisk nip in the air. The moon set below the horizon, and the first sliver of sunlight crested above the sea's horizon. "Right on time," Luna remarked. "Twilight always was very punctual," Celestia said. "Did I ever tell you about the time she had a meltdown about being tardy with one of her friendship reports?" Luna laughed. "You have, but I always enjoy the tale." Celestia smiled and sipped her cocoa. "Happy hearth-warming, Luna." "Happy hearth-warming, Tia." "What shall we do this year?" Celestia asked. "You always ask me that," Luna said, "and we always end up doing what I suggest. But what of you? What do you want?" Celestia smiled contentedly, sitting beside her sister sipping cocoa. "What more could I want? And you?" "I want to know what you did," Luna said. "Every pony I spoke to said you would vanish without a word. What did you do while I was away?" The smile ran away from Celestia's face. Her eyes glistened in the dawn's early light. "Did you not know?" Luna, she shook her head. "How could I have?" Celestia looked away. "Will you not tell me now?" Celestia put her mug down and shook her head. "No." She stood up and beckoned for Luna to follow her. "Come with me. Let me show you." "Where are we going?" Luna asked. "North." Half a world away they flew, over Baltimore, over Ponyville, over Canterlot. At altitude, the cold air grew colder still the further north they went. Into the unnatural cold of the frozen north, it had seemed that Celestia had set a course for the Crystal Empire, but Luna worried as the luminous spires of the Empire, impossible to miss, passed under them. Celestia flew on northward, undeterred into the barren, hostile tundra. The landscape became alien. There were mountains of solid ice crystals that looked like pyramids of glass, frozen rivers stretching for miles in parallel channels. There was a field of ice so smooth and white and unmarred by so much as a pebble that it was hard to maintain any kind of depth perception above it. In the center was a great volcanic lake, kept liquid by the geothermal vent, and turquoise blue from the dissolved acidic minerals. In the center was the volcano itself, jet black with obsidian. Once they were past the far side of the lake, Celestia stopped and came to a hover in the air before they landed together in the soft snow. They were now as far north of the Crystal Empire as Canterlot was south of it. Is this the place where you would go?" Luna asked. Celestia nodded. "Why? What were you doing here?" Luna asked. "Luna, I wanted to build a snowmare for you to see." Luna looked around them for anything resembling a snowmare. Celestia frowned in frustrated disappointment. "You can't see it from here." "Well, where is it?" Luna asked. Celestia extended her hoof. "Take my hoof, Luna." Luna did so, putting her hoof into Celestia's. "May I bind us for the flight? I don't want to lose you again." "I suppose," Luna said. Celestia's horn glowed, binding their hooves with a magic stronger than steel. Celestia unfurled her alabaster wings, preparing to take off. "But what do you mean by lose me?" With a mighty beat of her wings, they were instantly airborne, rocketing upwards at an incredible speed. Luna's vision narrowed to a tunnel as the blood rushed away from her brain in the intense acceleration. Nearly blinded, all she could hear was the roar of the wind rushing past them. Luna's blindness passed, going from a big dark blur to a big white blur. She was still being pulled along by her wrist that miraculously hadn't been dislocated, let alone not being completely severed. Attached to her wrist was Celestia, flying hard and fast straight upwards. Celestia's normally wispy, ethereal mane was blown back into an aerodynamic cone of least resistance. Ahead of her, her horn glowed brightly, maintaining a small, conic shield to keep the brunt of the wind resistance off them. The air around them grew white as the compression waves in the air piled up, violently squeezing out the moisture into a strange cone of vapor. Luna's eyes watered from the wind and her throat hurt. She realized she was screaming, and that she had been for a while. "Tia!" Luna screamed at the top of her lungs, but her voice was drowned out by the deafening roar of the wind. "Tia! Stop!" Her pleas fell on deaf ears. As they pierced the cone, the boom was barely loud enough to register to Luna. Strangely, as they flew even faster, the noise of the wind waned. Luna tried to scream again, but they outran the sound of her own voice as they smashed through the sound barrier. Behind her, Luna could see the shock waves from their sonic boom disrupting the wispy stratus clouds around them. And then the boom as they passed Mach 2 and 3, easily beating Rainbow Dash's records in both speed and altitude. But Celestia didn't slow down. If anything, she only flew faster. The shield in front of them began to glow orange, then yellow, then white hot as they streaked through the upper atmosphere like a meteor. What should have been the roar of a dragon was eerily silent. Such intense, radiative heat, just inches from Luna's face, should have blinded her, if not cooked her alive, yet she remained unharmed. Even if they weren't flying at hypersonic speeds, Luna's cries wouldn't be audible in the air too thin to carry it, and yet she didn't asphyxiate. The fiery inferno passed, the blue sky in front of them faded into the inky black of the night sky as they left the atmosphere. The moon came into Luna's field of view and they flew towards it. In the vacuum of space, there was a magic in Celestia's wings beyond mere aeronautics that propelled them. Luna was mesmerized at the moon in front of them, growing larger with each passing moment. But rather than flying straight at it, Celestia aimed them to just off to the side. For a moment, Luna panicked. The thought of being stranded on the moon again was scary enough, but missing it completely to be flung into the infinite void was more terrifying still. Luna felt the tension on her hoof go slack as Celestia let go of her hoof, no longer accelerating. They hovered together, weightless as they moved through space. The stars around them shifted as they fell into the moon's gravity, pulling them into a tight orbit. The lunar landscape flew past them, just a few hundred feet below them, as they skimmed just above its surface. Orbit was easy after all. It was just a matter of throwing oneself at the ground and missing. Luna looked behind them, but the world had vanished as they orbited to the far side of the moon. In that moment, there was nothing. It was just her and Celestia in the shadow of the dark side of the moon. Luna tried to speak, but no words came. Celestia and Luna's face in her hooves. To look into her eyes, in Celestia's eyes, she could see the reflection of the moonscape behind them. Beyond Luna were all the stars within and without her mane. The infinite heavens. Celestia touched her horn to Luna's, and she could hear Celestia's thoughts in her mind as she pointed at the lunar surface. "I searched for you. I came and tried to rescue you, but I couldn't ever find you. Nightmare Moon, was trapped in the moon, not on it. I've no memory of it, of the time passing. I know that now, but I wanted to show you that you'll love so much more than you know. Tia? So, I built you a snowmare." And then Celestia's face lit up as they moved back to the sunlight. In her sister's eyes, Luna could see the reflection of the world rising above the horizon with the moon behind her. Come and see! Celestia's magic turned Luna around, and she saw a pale blue marble, a tiny, fragile ball of life hanging in the void, shielded and nourished by a paper-thin atmosphere. The towns, cities, and even empires were too small to see. But there, in the frozen north, the massive turquoise volcanic lake stood out prominently in the white snowfield with the obsidian black island in the middle. It looked just like an eye, a pony's eye. Luna's focus widened along with her eyes. The parallel rivers and mountains of ice glittered in the sunlight, the swaths of blue colours in the Arctic landscape and the adjacent sea, dotted with snow-capped islands, twinkling like stars. An entire region of the continent had been carved into a portrait of Luna in a way that could only be seen from the moon. Such an endeavour would have taken nearly a millennium. Floating weightless, the droplets of Luna's tears floated off her cheeks, freezing into tiny ice crystals as they left the magical shield surrounding her body. They glittered and twinkled in the blackness of space, joining the rest of the stars. She looked at Celestia and nodded. There were no words that needed to be spoken. She took her hoof once more and fastened her in her magic. With a silent beat of her wings, they lofted up away from their lunar orbit and back towards the world. The ground rose up to them as they fell downward. They plunged into the atmosphere at a shallow angle, as before. Celestia's magical shield glowed brightly on re-entry as they streaked through the sky like a meteor. It was an eerie, silent affair until they were moving slow enough for them to hear the roar of their re-entry. Canterlot came into view and the ground was rushing up at them at an alarming rate. Celestia threw open her wings. Luna felt her stomach lurch in the sudden deceleration. Contrails spiraled off the tips of Celestia's wings in turbulent vortexes. She made a series of light turns to try to burn off more of their speed before going into a low glide, skimming along the Ponyville Valley before pulling back into steep climb up the side of the mountain, lofting them into a manageable arc for Luna to glide back down onto the mountain peak. Celestia landed beside her a moment later, accompanied by a deafening boom echoing across the land, as the sound of their re-entry finally caught up to them. "I still remember every time you asked me to build a snowmare," Celestia said, "and all the times I had to say no and break your heart. But every time I told myself it would be okay, we would have time, and then that time was stolen from us. And it was my fault. How could I ever make it up to you?" Luna rushed forward and embraced her. Celestia hugged back harder. "Tia!" "Yes, Luna? Dost thou wish to build a snowmare?" "Yes, Luna!" Celestia gathered up hooffuls of snow from the ground and threw it into the air. "Yes! 1,000 times yes!" "Come then," Luna said. "We have work to do." Princess Twilight Sparkle was roused urgently from her sleep to the sound of city alarms rising. "What is it? What's wrong?" she asked her captain. He looked through the telescope out over the city wall. "I'm afraid the city is under siege." Twilight looked through the telescope. "What in Equestria?" "Surrender, Princess Sparkle!" Luna's voice boomed from the distance. "We have the city surrounded! Bend the knee or else our munitions shall blot out the sun!" Beside her stood Celestia, and behind them a vast army of snow mares. Twilight scanned the snowmare army with the telescope. Are those trebuchets? Where did they get trebuchets from? I have no idea, Discord said before munching on a bowl of popcorn. Do you not yield? Luna bellowed. Very well, have at thee! The trebuchets, catapults and ballistae fired in a coordinated salvo. Thousands of snowballs rained down, pelting Canterlot Castle. After the volley, Princess Twilight Sparkle swiftly stepped out onto the castle battlements to yell at the posted royal guards. What are you all standing around for? She gathered up a snowball in her hooves as she bore a fierce grin. Return fire!
And so was born the tradition high swarming snowball fight. Once upon a heart-warming night, when questions lingered out of sight, the moonwalk road she'd never planned, with wonder close and truth at hand. Masks were worn and rhymes were said, old folk games where spirits led, warnings spoken, drinks that burned, and lessons learned that had to be learned. Skull and cloak and daring boast, a fireball at the muddy coast. Sakura sighed, the door shut tight, two sisters laughed into the night. Secrets lingered, answers hid, where had the sun gone? What she did each year she vanished, came back whole with dawn still rising as foretold. Oh, hearts warming holds the past, every promise meant to last, every choice we put aside till someday came and passed us by. But stories change when hearts are brave, when time is spent instead of saved. That's how the cold began to thaw, that's how something new was born. Winds beat thunder through the sky, sound fell silent, rushing by. Fire and wind and starlit black, no turning back, no looking back. Past the world, past breath and fear, the moon grew close, then pulled them near. Not exile stone, not lonely night, but art made whole in frozen light. No more vanish, no more gone, no more days spent holding on, just cocoa warm and firelight, and time together done right. Gifts were shared, not hoarded away, hearts warming chosen for today, and laughter echoed free at last, where silence used to haunt the past. And so the snow began to fly, with laughing hooves and playful cries. No crowns, no secrets, none above, just winter air and throne of love. What once was fear and untold fight became a game by firelight. And so was born in cheer and might the heart-warming snowball fight. From moonlit roads to castle yards, from ancient vows to snowball scars, some traditions don't begin with rules, they start when every pony chooses
Stood in the middle of the vast barren Marilude, Avariluid, Abaviluid, Arbariluid. 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 Arbali. Arbariluid. Arbali. Arbali. Outside of Zebrica, the tradition of oh god damn it. Arbariluid never really could.
Long have I stood beneath the stars, counting nights I cannot mend, watching seasons turn to years, where sisterhood did not extend. I asked thee once in softer days, when snow fell pure and hearts were near, but duty spoke and time obeyed, and silence was mine answer dear. Dost thou wish to build us nowhere as we did in ages past, or hath the moment slipped away, another memory meant to last? I asked and waited through the night, through winter's cold and summer's gone, for thou didst say another time, and so another time lived on. The moon was bound and night stood still, when exile carved my name in stone. I learned how heavy waiting is, when one must wait alone. Each no thou gavest was gently meant, yet kindness still may cut the same, for love delayed by perfect plans leaves frost upon the flame. Dost thou wish to build us nowhere, not tomorrow, not someday, for time doth not return again, but hesitation puts away. If thou wouldst stand beside me now, not queen to queen, but sister true, then let us choose this fleeting hour, before it too slips out of view. Beyond the world, beyond the sky, where silent stones and starlight gleam, I carved my longing in the dust of lunar plains and frozen dreams. A city shaped by love denied, by laughter lost, by hope restrained, 1,000 years of snow and stone, to say what words could not explain. Dost thou wish to build us nowhere? Yes, this night, and not alone. Let heaven hear our laughter rise, from castle wall to lunar throne. No more waiting, no more fear, no more hearts held in delay. Hearts warming lives and choices made, when love is chosen now, this day. Come, sister mine, take hoof with me. The snow waits our artful crime. If all Equestria disappears beneath it, then surely all is well this time.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel, Mr. A. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony and Dizzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction.
Bro, Phonics, set spray!
Trixie Writes a Fanfic by And What I See Is Me. Secluded within the quiet walls of the Castle of Friendship, Trixie arranged the ink and parchment on Starlight's desk, preparing to write her masterpiece, after the trio of Trixie, Starlight and Sunburst had failed to win anything with their entry into Twilight's dialogue-only contest last year. Trixie had decided that the obvious solution was for her to write her next story all by herself. Obviously, her great and powerful talent for storytelling was being held back by her partner's focus on things like plot and story structure and basic spelling. Trixie knew that no pony actually cared about all that nerdy stuff and was sure she could write something far better without them. She was so eager to prove it, she'd even skipped work today in order to start writing. She was sure Starlight and Sunburst wouldn't mind. After all, this was way more important work she was doing. She set the quill to parchment and began to write the greatest and most powerful work of fiction that Equestria had ever seen. Daring Do and My Immortal Alicorn, Chapter 1. Daring Do was in a bind, literally, strong ropes bound to her hooves and wings, courtesy of her hated rival Dr. Cabaleron, as she leered menacingly at her, her eyes full of menace. Daring knew that she was in a lot of really deep trouble. Dr. Cabaleron had certainly outsmarted herself this time, and there was nothing she could do to free herself from his grasp. Surely this was to be her end. Just as Daring Do was about to give up hope, she was saved by a great and powerful, mysterious Alicorn who arrived just in time to save her. Daring and Dr. Cabaralon both stared in stunned silence as the Alicorn easily beat up the Doctor's goons, too stunned for words to say anything. Once the awesomely cool Alicorn had finished easily beating up Dr. Canyonero's goons, she walked sexily towards the stunned ponies. The Alicorn's ebony black fur and crimson red mane blew dramatically in the wind. Suddenly, Daring Do remembered hearing about this amazing pony, who was more powerful than all the princesses combined, but especially more powerful than Princess Twilight Sparkle. It was the great and powerful Stixie Coolamoon. The half-dragon, half-bat pony Alicorn princess of cool magic stuff. Daring Do was saved. Stixie easily dispatched Dr. Cavalier de Ian with an epic beam of magic and dragonfire combined, and then untied Daring Do. Daring thanked the amazing and sexy Stixie, and then seductively approached her saviour, offering in a seductive voice to repay the Alicorn with her body. Stixie coolly accepted the offer and let the Pegasus ravage her through the night. Trixie paused from her writing, taking a moment to collect her thoughts and calm herself down. Great and powerful though she was, even she was surprised by how well her story was coming along. She didn't need to pace herself if she wanted to keep this kind of output up long enough to tell the whole thing. She'd already written nearly 300 words, and she'd barely even been at it for 2 hours. She was worried whether she'd be able to keep up such a blistering pace for long, but for now she was too excited to stop. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to write the next part of her epic. Chapter 2. The next day, Stixie Cooler Moon woke up in the morning after a long night making love with Daring Do. The Pegasus was still asleep, having been utterly satisfied with Stixie's amazing talent at sex. She was almost as good at doing sex as she was at doing magic, and she was 100,000 times better at magic than Twilight Sparkle. Getting out of bed, Stixie stretched sexily and spread her wings. She flew out of Daring's room, ready for another busy day saving Equestria and being amazing. Flying faster than 10 sonic rainbooms, Stixie was able to return back to her castle in no time. Stixie's castle was made of crystal, just like the castle in Ponyville, but it was much fancier crystal and also much bigger. Plus there was a moat around it with crocodiles swimming around in it and stuff. As she walked to her throne room, all of her guards and servants bowed to the ground out of respect for her greatness and power. The early morning sun shone brightly through the window of her castle and onto her throne as Stixie trotted into the throne room and sat on her throne and awaited her guest. It didn't take long for the pathetic and pitiable form of another weaker alicorn to crawl towards her. It was Princess Twilight Sparkle, who came to beg once again for Stixie's advice and guidance. Stixie sighed in sexy annoyance as Twilight told her about all the problems she was having running even a small part of Equestria, compared to the much larger kingdom Princess Celestia had given to Stixie. After listening to the lesser princess go on and on about her problems for a very long time, even Stixie's infinite patience ran out. She stood up and waved her horn through the air, instantly solving all of Twilight's problems in an instant, because she was just that much better and more magical than Twilight was. Then she picked up Twilight in her magic and carried her to her bedroom, where she let the lesser unicorn ravage her through the afternoon. Trixie almost couldn't believe how good her writing was. Sure, she always knew she was amazing, but not even she could have imagined that writing would come so naturally to her. This was so easy. How could anyone ever have trouble writing anything? Was it just a personal failing for any author to not be churning out a constant stream of masterpiece quality writing whenever they had free time to spare? Trixie decided that it probably was. Stifling a yawn, she settled into a chair and began to write the next part. Third chapter. Later that evening, Stixie walked out of her bedroom, leaving Twilight alone in bed to reflect on how much worse she was at doing sex than Stixie was. It really wasn't even close, and every pony knew it. Suddenly, Stixie was distracted by a unicorn approaching her. It was her sexy and cute mare friend, Glimlight Stara. The two ponies hurried towards each other and then hugged and sexily kissed. Once they were together, Stixie wanted to grab Glimlight and drag her straight to bed to let her ravage her. But Glimlight whispered that she had a surprise waiting for Stixie and told her to follow her. As Stixie followed her mare friend through the castle, she watched her cute butt sway back and forth sexily. Glimlight wasn't as great or as powerful as Stixie was, of course, but she was a pretty impressive second and certainly better than Twilight Sparkle. Stixie was so distracted thinking about her relationship with Glimlight, she almost didn't notice when her mare friend stopped and held a door open for Stixie to enter. But then Stixie did notice and went to the door. She was very surprised by what was inside. It was Dr. Cabinleron! Stixie was very, very shocked and wondered for a moment if Glimlight had betrayed her. But she hadn't. Dr. Cabinleron had come to apologise for his actions and tell Stixie that her awesome and amazing magical power had been so cool and awesome that he had reformed and was now a good guy. Stixie was happy to hear she had reformed another bad pony and decided to celebrate by inviting Dr. Cabinleron and Glimlight to bed with her. The unicorn and stallion both ravaged her through the night. Trixie yawned and settled deeper into the plush comfort of Starlight's desk chair. Who would have guessed that being the best writer in equestrian history would be so tiring? But if she fell asleep now, wouldn't that be a disservice to every pony who would be robbed of the opportunity to read Trixie's great and powerful story? Of course it would! Doing her best to fight through the exhaustion and persevere, she focused her attention on finishing her epic tale with one last chapter. The fourth and final chapter. Stixie Cooler Moon woke up early feeling satisfied and refreshed. She kissed her mare friend good morning and then flew off to Daring Do's home to tell her the good news about Dr. Cabinleron. Flying even faster than last time, she arrived at Daring's house super fast. Daring Do was very excited to see her saviour and lover again and kissed her sexily. When Stixie informed her of Dr. Cabinleron's decision to be a good pony now, Daring was overjoyed. The two flew back to Stixie's castle, Stixie using her great and powerful magic to let Daring Do keep up with her super amazing speed. When they landed at the castle, Doc C and Glimlight hurried out to meet them. Everyone kissed sexily together, and Stixie invited them all back to her bed to celebrate. They agreed, and even Twilight Sparkle joined in as well. Together they all celebrated, and Stixie let all four other ponies ravage her through the day. Starlight Glimmer set Trixie's story back down on her desk, utterly dumbfounded by what she had just read. When she'd arrived back at the castle, ready to yell at her mare friend for skipping out on her job again, she'd found Trixie sound asleep at her desk with this thing written atop it. Having read it over 3 times now, Starlight wasn't sure how to react. Was it a joke? Was it some sort of satire? Or did Trixie honestly believe this was good writing? It was a mystery. When Sunburst arrived home, having had to stay late to cover Trixie's counselor duties, Starlight showed him the story, hoping that maybe he could make some sense of it. He couldn't, of course. What pony could? And so, There the two stood, staring at their still sleeping mare friend, trying to decide what to do with the masterpiece she'd written. Sure, it was ultimately just a bad self-insert fanfic and a poorly written excuse for Trixie to let her OC have sex with a bunch of ponies she found attractive. And yet, there was something almost bewitching about it. It was as if Trixie had managed to write something so bad that it nearly broke the reader's mind and planted itself within. Starlight and Sunburst both felt the undeniable urge to share it with other ponies, to force them to attempt to comprehend this mess in the same way they now had to live forever cursed with the knowledge of Trixie's terrible writing, unable to escape that burden until claimed by the sweet release of death. They silently agreed that they'd submit this abomination into Twilight's next contest, and force the princess to deal with the ramifications of whatever happened beyond that. That was for later though. Right now, the two ponies had something far more important to do. Starlight and Sunburst woke Trixie up from her nap, and together the two ponies ravaged her through the night.
Long ago a legend penned, a tale so bold, so grand. A mare of great and powerful dreams with quill in hoof did stand. Her masterpiece, her magnum opus, words of love and might. But future ponies gather now to mock it in the night. Oh, Stixie Moon, your story's still in bloom. Pass through time like echoes deep inside a hollow room. Though Trixie's pride stood tall, her name etched in the past, the world just laughs and wonders how she thought it ever last. Foals recite the infamous lines with voices full of glee. Professors teach it as a joke in equestrian literary. Daring do in bondage, Twilight pleading at her throne. They read aloud and struggle not to wheeze or break a tone. Oh, Stixie Moon, your story's still in bloom. Pass through time like echoes deep inside a hollow room. Though Trixie's pride stood tall, her name etched in the past, the world just laughs and wonders how she thought it ever last. Fanfics rise and fanfics fall, yet hers remains the same. A warning to the writers lost in vanity and fame. Some still say it holds a spark, a beauty all its own. But even Trixie in her years won't claim it as her own. So let the scrolls be studied, let the laughter roll on high. For Stixie will never truly say goodbye. A legacy of nonsense, yet enduring all the same. Trixie's great and powerful work still echoes through her name.
Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
Pinkie Pie is Dead by Categorical grant. Chuckling to herself, Rainbow Dash bursted through the doors of Twilight's castle. Turning a sharp corner, she whizzed to a stop in front of the castle's famed friendship map. "Goodness!" Fluttershy gasped. "You really do look happy today, Rainbow Dash." "You sure do," tagged on Applejack. "What's got you in such a sunny mood?" "Oh, man!" Rainbow Dash breathed, grinning ear to ear. "Pinky and I just pulled off the most awesome prank of all time. You guys really should have been there. I can't do it justice." There was no immediate reply as Rainbow Dash's friends, assembled for their weekly meeting, exchanged worried glances. Finally, Twilight Sparkle spoke up. "Take a seat, Rainbow. We should really have a talk." Rainbow Dash groaned and rolled her eyes as she flitted over to her castle throne. "Gross! Sounds like this is some lame lecture or something." Rarity cleared her throat. "We're just worried about you, darling. You seem a bit detached from reality, and we want to make it better." Rainbow Dash cocked an eyebrow. "Detached? How?" Twilight spoke again. "It's just that loss can be hard to take, you know? And we want to make it clear that we're all here for you." Rainbow Dash sighed and rolled her hoof in the air anxiously. "Get to the point. I don't have all day." "Rainbow, Pinkie Pie has been dead for 4 years," Twilight delivered calmly. Rainbow Dash scrunched up her face. "Ha ha, guys. Hilarious. I know you guys got me good at our last sleepover with that whole clouds are illegal after 10 p.m. thing, but I'm not that gullible." "Rainbow, I know this hurts," Fluttershy cooed, reaching over to grasp her friend's hoof gently. "But it's time to let Pinkie go. She would want you to live your life to the fullest, not in the past." Rainbow Dash yanked her hoof away and glowered at her little yellow friend. "This is a really weird joke, you guys. I just saw Pinkie Pie this morning." "Guilt-induced hallucination. Quite common in the literature, actually," explained Twilight, a clinical polish to her voice. Upon feeling the pairs of eyes drilling into her, she punctuated her statement with an awkward grin. "Nothing to be ashamed of?" "Consarn it. I understand how you feel, Dash," Applejack added solemnly, taking off her hat and placing it over her barrel. "That stallion should never have gone flying while drunk. Darn it, I hated him for so long before I finally learned the beauty of forgiveness. But the accident wasn't your fault." "This is really messed up, guys," Rainbow Dash protested, her bottom lip starting to tremble. "Stop it, seriously." Rarity pouted and looked into Rainbow Dash's eyes. "We're here for you, darling. We can work through this together as friends." "It's like I always said, Dashy," Pinkie Pie chimed in. "The only way to move past the crippling trauma and guilt of a flying accident is with the love and support of your friends." "Pinkie Pie is right, Rainbow Dash. In fact, Pinkie Pie!" screeched Twilight, her widened eyes filled with terror. You? Fluttershy immediately burst into a fit of sobs and flew across the room, latching onto Pinkie Pie and burying her face into her barrel. "Geez, Fluttershy, I know I forgot your brother's half-birthday last month, but this is a little excessive, don't you think?" I don't understand. We buried you at the rock farm. I saw it with my own eyes," Applejack protested, her mouth agape. "Well, apparently some pony forgot to invite me over," Pinkie pouted, still patting at the sobbing Fluttershy's head. "I love burials, especially when there's an open bar." Rarity tried her best to sputter something out. "But when I'm at Sugar Cube Corner, the cakes." I have a nice little condo at the edge of town now. Don't worry, I still visit Pound and Pumpkin Cake at night. Shaking in her seat, Twilight brought her hoof to her head. So, the last 4 years? You've been alive? How come you never told us? I was always inviting you guys to hang out with Pinky and I. Rainbow scowled triumphantly, but you guys never took the offer. Because we thought you were having guilt hallucinations. Twilight's voice shook. Oh, Dashy definitely has guilt hallucinations about me, Pinky agreed, like all the time. Rainbow Dash slapped the table with a hoof in a fit of clairvoyance. Oh, so that's why there's 2 of you sometimes. It all makes sense now. Starlight Glimmer walked into the chamber casually. Hey every pony, she greeted, before walking around the table and placing a hoop on Pinky's shoulder. Nice to see every pony in one place. Fluttershy lifted her sobbing face from Pinky's fur. You knew Pinky was alive? Starlight's eyes perked up. She is? She did a double take at Pinky, who smiled back at her. I thought I was just having a 4-year-long guilt hallucination. That was a nasty accident after all. Spike then entered the room, whistling as he wheeled a tray of cookies for his friends. Spike! Twilight pleaded, gesturing with her head toward the other occupants of the room. Please tell me you caught some of what just happened. He asked, wiping his claws on a dish towel absent-mindedly. I don't pay much mind to things anymore. We're all just inside of Princess Celestia's dying fever dream anyway. Oh, come on, Spiky Poo. Now that's truly ridiculous. Rarity scolded. Indeed, truly ridiculous. Princess Luna's voice echoed from everywhere at once. Twilight's muzzle scrunched up. Princess Luna? Yes? Are we in Princess Celestia's dying fever dream right now? No. As I said, that would be ridiculous. Okay, but what about... No further questions! Fluttershy had somewhat recovered by this point and wiped her tears away with a hoof. I guess the real question is, what is reality? Well, philosophically speaking, the basis of reality would have to be a being of pure act with no potency, Starlight answered. I think that's a very shallow reading of Equinus, actually, Twilight tacked on. You see, Starlight. Hey, eggheads! Let's talk clearly for once, huh? Rainbow Dash demanded. You're the one with the hallucinations, Dashy, Pinkie Pie teased, ending with a chortle. From then on, the whole group laughed together. Trixie closed the ring document forcefully. So Starlight, tell me what you think of my pilot. Starlight grimaced and inhaled through her teeth. Trixie, that was really terrible. Trixie scowled at her friend. What do you mean? Do you really think any pony would act like that? How did Pinky survive? Not to mention, what was all that garbage with it all being in Princess Celestia's head? Trixie snorted and turned up her muzzle at Starlight. Well, Starlight, it is clear you don't have the IQ points to understand the subtlety inherent in all of the great and powerful Trixie's literary works. Starlight pursed her lips together and almost said something snarky back, but stopped herself. Sure, Trixie, whatever you say. That's right, whatever I say. And since Trixie's best friend hates her magnum opus, that means it's sure to be a hit with the board of directors at the Pony Network. Her thoughts concluded. Trixie lifted the script in her magic and marched out of her caravan trailer into town. Starlight was left sitting alone and sighed. You chuckled as you finished recounting the story. And so, with another one of Trixie's get-rich-quick schemes coming down the pipeline, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic came to an end. You smiled, wiping a tear from your eye. Truly, one of the most revolutionary final episodes in all of television. I wish you could have seen it for yourself.
Great Grandpa, I saw it yesterday on the HoloNet.
Your great-granddaughter answered from her bed.
It wasn't anything like what you said. I'm really not sure where you got any of that.
Are you questioning my memory? You glared down at her. I fought in the war, you know. I didn't watch any platoon get torn to shreds by Cameroonian robot commandos just to secure you the freedom to get smart with me. You pointed at her threateningly.
That's great, Pop Pop,
she answered.
I'm going to ascend to the astral sphere now. Make sure you turn off the lights, okay?
She half asked, half commanded as she placed her quantum VR goggles on her head. As your descendant's conscious being transformed into digital code for virtualization, you crossed your arm and leaned back into your rocking chair. You kids! You know, in my day, we didn't even elect our president. Instead, beating George Bush Sr. in a boxing match secured you the office. It became a problem after he died, since it's difficult to lose to a corpse in boxing. Still possible, of course, but difficult.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
I'm telling you, Joe, I've seen this research firsthand.
Alex Jones declared, pounding the table with his fist.
They took me into a lab out of the University of Washington where they're conducting all this research on interdimension aliens, okay? And they pumped me up with drugs, and I saw all sorts of stuff.
That's crazy, man.
Joe Rogan replied, nodding slightly.
They're telling me, first I saw all these colorful creatures running around doing some sort of ritual for a big death cult or something. And then there was this dragon trying to feed them baked goods made of pure psychic energy.
Okay, now the psychic dragon absolutely sounds like something you'd see on DMT.
Joe Rogan butted in, shaking his finger in excitement.
I got this buddy who... Hold on, Jamie, look up DMT dragon cookies.
Okay, but while he's doing that, I gotta keep going.
Alex Jones continued with manic urgency.
Then they started debating the attributes of God. But it gets weirder because one of them tried to make a demonic pact with a media company. And see, Joe, this is how I know that CNN and SMBC, they're all in bed with the interdimensional beings. And then there was this old man reading to his granddaughter and...
He bit his lip as he fought back tears.
Jamie, how long have we been going? 7 hours. Should we stop?
No.
Alex Jones cut back.
I thought way more.
Gummy? Gummy! Pinkie Pie's pet alligator slowly focused his eyes on his owner, who was standing muzzle to muzzle with him. What were you daydreaming about, my little gator, huh? she asked him, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity. Gummy slowly blinked one eye, then the other. Well, anyway, Rainbow Dash is going to take me on a piggyback ride through the most dangerous flying route in Equestria. They say that on any given day, more than 40% of flyers are drunk and dangerous. You want to come with? Gummy stood silent and unmoving, an Ozymandian monolith on Pinky's baking counter. Okay, have it your way. I'll see you tonight. Pinkie Pie beamed, a smile at him, and turned tail to leave. La 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 la. Slowly, Gummy licked one of his eyeballs.
I watch their colors blur and bend. They speak of death, of life, of ends. Their laughter trembles, cracks in glass, while time drips slow and moments pass. I am the silence they never hear, an alligator dreaming clear. Blink once for truth, blink twice for lies. The void reflects in Pinky's eyes. They argue God's hallucinations, mortals bound in explanations, fevers, pranks, and cosmic schemes. I stand unmoved inside their dreams. What is real when laughter dies? Is it memory or disguise? Their wings may break, their hearts may mend, but nothing stops the stillness and again. Slowly I lick the eye that sees the truth that crawls on brittle knees. Pinky hums and leaves the room. I linger blinking at the
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony by the way. Comment, subscribe, join the cult of nine. Ring that bell, awaken the spirits. It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel.
Applejack Finally Snaps by Dapper Lil Arts. Applejack was usually an even-tempered mare. She prided herself on her kindness, on her reliableness. She loved helping others. Yes, at times, her anger could get the better of her, a natural symptom of a difficult childhood with plenty of support. She knew those outbursts were an issue that she needed to quell quickly, and many times she knew right from wrong. But in rare times, feeling angry felt right. She was an honest mare after all, and she tried not lying to anyone, least of all herself. If she could feel it in her core that what she was doing was right, that the injustice that incurred her wrath needed to be fought, then she was okay with being a little angry. Today she was not a little angry. She didn't take the time to think about it thoroughly. She made her decisions swiftly and without hesitation and believed in them wholeheartedly. Seeing one single thing, witnessing one single event outside her orchard made her decide her next course of action fairly quickly. On this calm, breezy Ponyville afternoon, Applejack's anger made one very simple and decisive decision for her. Today, she was going to kill the Flim Flam brothers. That's it! Twilight, who was thankfully near the event horizon of this issue, was quick to fly to the farmer and try to calm her down. Applejack, I know it looks bad. This is definitely one of the weirdest schemes they've tried pulling, but... No buts, no ifs, no buts, no nothing! Applejack declared as she stomped a hoop on the floor. I've had it! This bum is going off! They've crossed the damn line! Grimacing awkwardly, the princess tried diffusing this bomb. Applejack, come on! They've done worse than this, right? It ain't just this. It's everything. They won't ever stop with their fibbing, their lying, their conniving. This is only the beginning. If we don't stop them now, if I don't stop them now... Her expression hardened as she turned around, facing Ponyville. That's it. I know what I'm gonna do. Applejack, come on, be reasonable. I'm gonna kill the Flim Flam brothers, she muttered with all the sincerity and anger she could muster. And Twilight felt it, deep inside her core, as a cold wind gusted through her heart and her wings shivered with fear. The element of honesty had just stated out loud that she intended to commit murder. She was far, far from lying. Okay, Applejack, let's just take a moment to breathe, okay? Twilight forced her legs and wings to move, accompanying the farmer's unflinching movements. Murder is a bit too far. We know what they're doing. I can pull some bylaws, use the rules against them, convince them to pull out of Ponyville. That ain't gonna stop them for good. The Earth Pony's gaze was entirely hardened as she moved with unwavering, strong steps towards the town. But I know what will. Me! Look, violence isn't always the answer. It is right now. Killing is wrong. Not always. She gritted her teeth, side-eyeing her friend. You ain't gonna stop me, Twilight. I'm offended you're even trying to talk me out of this. You don't need to be a part of it. Go back to your castle, shut your blinds. It'll be over quick. Can you blame me? You're my friend. I don't want to see you do something you might regret. She fidgeted nervously, glancing at Ponyville fast approaching. Besides, we're meant to protect life. We're meant to save Equestria. I don't think going out being judge, jury, and executioner is a good thing for any of us. None of us should cross this line. You'll regret it. Try. Read my lips. For a moment, she actually smiled. I ain't gonna regret this. Once again, her heart sank. Applejack was telling the truth. Her eyes searched around them frantically, looking for a way out of this mess, some way to convince her friend to stop. Right then, Applejack's family was in sight, at the edge of the orchard and fast approaching. Granny Smith, Big Mac, and Applebloom were all glaring at one of the several booths that were distributed around Ponyville, even around the orchard, all belonging to the Flim Flam brothers. The Alicorn flew forward, and despite how much she was sweating, tried her best to use her diplomacy. Granny Smith! Listen to me! Applejack is about to do something crazy, but she'll listen to you. You have to stop her. The old mare tried her best not to scowl. It had been a long and annoying day already, given the action of the two brothers. Excuse me, Princess. You're a sweetheart, but we're having a pretty bad day already. Yeah, have you seen what the Flim Flam brothers did this time? Applebloom pouted angrily, pointing to the town and all the new booths that littered the place. This is unforgivable. They've crossed the line. Yup. Big Mac nodded in complete agreement. I can bring them to justice. Probably. Twilight stuttered. They won't get away with this. I promise. But then Applejack passed by them without saying a word, eyes set on her destination. Granny Smith, you have to talk her out of this. She said she's going to kill the Flim Flam brothers. The old mare took a single second to process what she was told. Good riddance. The princess blinked in shock, nearly knocked back by the statement. But killing is wrong. The grandmother shrugged. What? Wait, my big sis is gonna kill the Flim Flam brothers? Applebloom's jaw dropped, and her eyes were filled with surprise. Yes, and she... Awesome! The little foal cheered, hopping up and down. That'll teach him! Twilight dragged a hoof across her face as she groaned. Okay, I get that none of you like those two, but they don't deserve a punishment that steep. Look, can you all just get Applejack to stop, and I'll see if I can At the very least, get the brothers to be punished for what they did. Meh, the grandmother shrugged. Big Mac simply blinked with disinterest. Apple Bloom raised an eyebrow. Those two jerks have been cunning and lying and cheating ponies all over Equestria, and they never get punished. At least she's gonna stop them. Desperately, the princess beheld the older brother. But Big Mac, you can probably stop Applejack. Could you maybe block her path or something? Nope. She ran through the options on her head pretty quickly. What if I gave you and Sugar Belle a ticket to a cruise or something? Would you help me out here? He took a few seconds to weigh the pros and cons. Nope. She cringed, but still tried. What about entry to a romantic getaway spa in Canterlot? Once again, he spent a little time thinking. Nope. Do you really want Flim Flam dead that much? Yep. Twilight put on a smile, switching her target. Apple Bloom, she's your big sister. If you convince AJ to stop, I'll let you in on the friendship classes at my school. For a week only. A month. A week. 3 weeks. A week. No deal. Fine. 2 weeks. Only if Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle got to join. Then it's only 1 week. Fine. Twist my leg, why don't you? 1 week, but my friends get to join. Deal. With determined movements, Twilight picked up the little foal and flew towards her friend, who continued to walk unflinchingly towards Ponyville. The Princess of Friendship landed right in front of her, but Applejack didn't stop. She had to constantly walk back, not to be pushed aside. Floating the little sister before them both, Twilight smiled awkwardly. Hey, Applejack! You wouldn't kill some pony in front of your little sister, would you? She didn't even raise an eyebrow. I would if it's the Flim Flam brothers. Apple Bloom pouted, giving her big sister the biggest wet eyes she could. Applejack, what kind of example are you setting for me if you take a life in front of your little sister? Apple Bloom, violence isn't always the answer, but sometimes it is, Applejack stated simply. As a big sister, it's my job to teach you to stand up for yourself and fight for what's right. Now, I don't necessarily want you seeing what I'm about to do, but what I'm about to do is a lesson, no matter how you spin it, and the teacher is now in session. Yay! The little foal cheered. Its class is now in session. Damn that AJ! Twilight huffed in frustration, as she still held the sister. Are you really okay with killing 2 ponies in front of your little sister? Yeah, 'cause 2 ponies are Flim and Flam. She raised an eyebrow smugly. Besides, as if you'd ever let her watch. Touché, the princess groaned in frustration. Deal's off, Apple Bloom. Oh, come on, was all she could say before Twilight moved her back to the farm with her magic and hurried after Applejack. And the farmer was not stopping. She was closer and closer to the town and wasn't slowing down. Applejack, come on. Do you really want to get your hooves bloody like this? You're better than that, the princess pleaded. Blowing up our enemies with the elements of harmony, cracking Flim and Flam's skull. I don't really see the difference, she shrugged, but then smiled. Well, those 2 are gonna be missed less than King Sombra, that's for sure. AJ, I'm begging you to slow down and think about this. The princess stopped in front of her, and the farmer stopped too. This is wrong and too drastic, and if you don't stop, I'll have to stop you. Her horn flared and sparkled. Go ahead and try. Be my guest. Her gaze narrowed. She gritted her teeth, but did not falter. I don't know what kind of friend you think you are threatening me, but you're not doing anything for the greater good, Try. I'm trying to stop a friend from committing murder. She put down her hoop, trying not to lose composure over the glare of the taller earth pony. I think that warrants a bit of force, if necessary. Really? Raising an eyebrow, the farmer tilted her head, knowing the answer already. You'd hurt a friend? For flim and flam, no less? The princess knew herself well. She knew she couldn't contain this facade. No, I wouldn't. Then stay out of my way. Applejack moved past her, towards the town. But the princess was not done yet. Taking flight, she intended to get their friends beforehand and enlist their help. If she could help it, Applejack would not take any lives today. Applejack let out an angry snarl as she saw more and more booths that belonged to Flim and Flam around town, and several ponies getting served around them. The machines were self-serving too. Place your bits, get your samples. She was disgusted, but none of it slowed her down. She promised to herself nothing was going to stop her. And Rainbow Dash was the first to try. Landing with agility in front of her, she spread her wings as if to block her path. To no avail. Hey, AJ, I challenge you to a hoop wrestle. Later. She paid the Pegasus no mind, moving past her easily. Really? Crap, how about a race through the fields? Whoever knocks the most leaves out of the trees? I'm busy. She continued to move unflinchingly. Dude, come on. She frantically tried thinking of anything that could slow her down. How about we see who can buck the most apples in your orchard? Applejack barely looked back, just gave Rainbow a piercing gaze. You know, how about right now? Whoever wins, She hesitated. She was sweating. She had never seen her friend this serious. If you win, I have to help you with chores. And if I win, you don't kill Flim and Flam. Of course, Try put you up to this. Applejack ignored her completely. You're not slowing me down, Dash. Besides, in an apple bucking competition, you don't stand any chance against me. Oh, really? You want to bet on that? She tried putting on a cocky grin, but it didn't last long. Because I'm pretty free right now. If you wanted to head back to your orchard, we can... Later. I got something to do first. Again, her eyes were narrowed, and she did not stop moving forward. Don't try to stop me, Dash. I don't need to say, or else. You know you're playing with fire. I ain't in the mood. She could barely muster to raise her voice above a fearful whisper. What if I tell you I'm going to do some pranks on Sweet Apple Acres right now, and the only way you can stop me is by following me back there? If the farmer's gaze could kill, the Pegasus would be incinerated on the spot. She instantly folded, sitting down, locking her wings firmly to the side. Oh, okay. Do whatever you want. Sorry. Oh my gosh, you're really doing this, aren't you? Look around you, Dash. They crossed a line, she stated simply, with a shrug. And I ain't holding back. Okay. Twilight wasn't kidding. You're about to off those jerks. Oh gosh. Cold sweat ran down the speedster's forehead. Is there anything I could say that would... No! Well, I tried. She took flight, looking around. Heads up, the others are going to try to stop you, but I figure you guessed as much. I'm going to go tell Try that this was a dud. Bye! The farmer barely gave out a grumble as a response. She kept moving stalwartly towards where she suspected the two brothers would be. They had to have parked their carriage somewhere around the town after all. And annoyingly for her, another distraction and attempt to slow her down was fast approaching. Hey! Hey, AJ! AJ! Pinky called out loudly, trying to hide her desperation, getting her attention. We need your help! Later, she huffed, looked away. I'm busy. But the cake's carriage has a broken wheel. You're the only man to fix it, right? The party pony put out an awkward smile. And after that, I think Cranky Doodle has a broken door. I'm fairly sure you could patch it up if you go grab your tool belt back at the farm. Also, Alo and Lotus complained about the parts on the spa. Muffin said her mail shelf in the post office fell over and... Applejack silenced her with a hoof to the lips. What's next, Pinky? Did you burn down a house in town and want me to rescue a baby inside? Pinky froze, afraid to look a friend in the eye. Oh, that's not actually a bad idea. Maybe I could. Save it! She turned away. If there is any pony actually needing help, they'll ask me, and I'll tell them the same thing I told you. Later. But Applejack, maybe you could... She froze again as the farmer shot her a glare. Not kill those two? Goodbye. Applejack runned around. Oh, I'm just saying, the murder is not very friendship of you. Pinky smiled awkwardly. I don't care, she complained, moving away. If you want to stop me, you'll have to try harder than that. Dang it! The party pony moved in the opposite direction. The apple is still falling from the tree! Repeat, the apple is still falling from the tree! Unleash the diamond! Applejack rolled her eyes, ignoring whatever that meant, focusing on her path forward. On her two targets. Even now, she could tell more and more townsfolk were looking at her, all wary of the expression on her face. Maybe word was spreading of her intent. And her next obstacle was fast approaching. Yoo-hoo! Applejack! Rarity was next in line, approaching her elegantly and flirtatiously while dressed in a scandalous dress. From afar or squinting, she resumed what seemed like a glittery male peacock. Otherwise, with the benefit of looking closely, she looked beautiful, if not overdoing it with the amount of feathers, frills, and shiny bits in her outfit. Applejack, for once, was completely focused and unaffected. Hey, Raz. Darling, it simply cannot be helped. She turned her wiles up to 1,000, dragging her flank across the farmers and even smacking her side with her towel for good measure. Here I was, putting on this beautiful dress, and now I simply cannot remove it. I'm a bit busy, Raz. Again, she maintained perfect composure, not even dignifying the unicorn with a glance. Maybe later. Applejack, dearest. She tried forcing herself onto the field of view of the farmer with questionable success, her voice melodic and sweet. How about you and I head to the boutique and you can tear this dress off my body, perhaps? Sugar cube. Her voice was rough, stern, dominating, freezing Rarity on the spot, stopping only for a moment to make eye contact. I'm gonna go off and kill the Flim Flam brothers now. You can't stop me, you can't slow me down. If you'd like, as soon as I'm done, I'll come back to the Carousel Boutique and tear that dress off you with my teeth, and we can make love so hard it'll make a crater in your living room. Until then. She turned around and left. Rarity swooned so hard she fainted, and Applejack kept moving. She hoped this obstruction would be the last, but it was not. Fluttershy's bear friend was in one of the plazas of the town, making rehearsed, savage motions, and several ponies around them were also trying to act panicked. Fluttershy herself approached Applejack with a poorly rehearsed script. "Oh, no! Applejack, you have to help us! I forgot to feed my friend Harry the bear, and now he's cranky. Could you help me take him back to Everfrit?" Applejack galloped towards the bear, grabbed him with her front hooves, and suplexed him. The earth quaked with the enormous impact of the animal's back hitting the dirt, and Applejack dusted off a speck of mud off her own cheek, walking away. The force that came from the blast knocked several ponies away and rendered the bear unconscious instantly. Fluttershy was utterly dumbfounded, unable to speak. "I'll help you move him back to your shack once I'm done," Applejack noted as she moved away. "Bye, Fluttershy." And there it was. The Flim Flam carriage was in sight. Nothing was going to stop her, not even divine intervention. And just then, the Princess of the Sun descended from the heavens and landed before her. "Applejack!" Celestia beheld her with a soft, empathetic expression, tilting her head. "Taking a life is not the solution here, much less two. I've been where you are many centuries ago, and I must tell you, it will not go as easy as you hoped for. Please, let me tell you the story of how I..." Applejack walked to her side and tipped her over like a cow. "Oh!" The princess was surprised for only a second as she laid in the dirt sideways. "Oh dear!" She let out a sigh of annoyance. With a huff, Applejack kept moving. "Go on then! Don't mind me!" The princess complained behind her and was ignored. Twilight Sparkle was frantically trying to talk to the two brothers, trying to get them to leave with questionable results. The two of them wore cocky smiles as usual, completely unbothered. "Please, Twilight Sparkle, that Farmer Hick wouldn't hurt a fly. Sure, she may not be our biggest fan," Flim began, "but she is much too honest to stoop to senseless violence, be it for one con or another," Flam completed. I'm saying that you two are in danger. You need to leave Ponyville now," she desperately tried, warning, glancing back and seeing the farmer fast approaching. "So seriously, she's going to do something crazy." "Leave Ponyville? Why, we have the proper permits," Flim teased, completely unafraid. "Would you like to see the paperwork, Princess? Our business is as legit as it comes," Flam mocked. No, it isn't. The mayor didn't approve of..." She looked back and panicked. Applejack was really close now. She's going to kill you!" The two brothers gave each other surprising looks, and for a moment considered the severity of the situation. And then they simply burst out laughing. "Oh, I did not realize the princess was a comedian as well. Good one, Twilight Sparkle. Deeply amusing, but our business is perfectly legitimate, and there is nothing she can do. Go on, run along now. There's a customer behind you, eager for our products." Look, you don't understand." "Try," Applejack commanded her with a raspy snarl. "Move." The princess was out of moves. Unwillingly, yet resigned, she left the trio, considering her options and realizing Celestia needed to be lifted. Don't say I didn't warn you. And the two brothers continued to underestimate the bearer of the element of honesty. Come to us to deliver us a customer complaint? Flim raised a mocking eyebrow and with his magic brought forth a tiny trash can. Here is the receptacle. If you have any complaints to file, we are always accepting constructive criticism. Flam lied and joked at the farmer's expense. I'm sure whatever it is you have to critique will surely be a flaw in our I'm here to kill ya. She stated simply, coldly, her voice rough and ready, her muscles tensing, dragging a hoof across the dirt. Once again, the two brothers froze for a second, looking amongst each other, then burst out laughing at her expense. Applejack blew air out of her nostrils. If I let y'all keep running around, y'all con my granny out of her own hip replacements. Never mind stealing candy from the occasional baby. I can't let you continue your dishonest lifestyle any longer. They laughed even more, leaning on each other. Why, isn't this just rich? The even-tempered farmer is going to put us out of our misery, dear brother. I am simply quaking in fear why our business must not have been up to par with her expectations. He turned to her with a mocking grin. Afraid of a little competition, farmer? You built self-service booths that deliver oranges to any paying customer and put them all around Ponyville! Her screams echoed through the valley. And for that, I'm gonna kill you! Flim laughed at her screams, but Flam fell silent because he came to a horrifying realization. But brother, oh good heavens brother, stop laughing, he pleaded in horror, trying to pass his realization on to Flim. She never lies! But it was too late. Applejack was upon them. The Ponyville Express. Beloved town handywoman rids Ponyville of con artists for good. When asked about her actions, Farmer denied any and all form of remorse. The con artists locally known as Flim and Flam have shown their faces around Ponyville and peddled their shoddy products on us many times. Think back to a few years and you'll remember when they tried outsidering Sweet Apple Acres and how the two brothers wanted nothing more and nothing less to drive our beloved Apple family from out our town. Luckily, they were unsuccessful. Today, Flim and Flam showed their faces in our beloved town once more, and this time our much beloved local handywoman, Applejack Apple, decided her patience had run thin. The con artists placed several illegal booths around town and deployed a self-serving style of fruit delivery upon any customer unlucky enough to be lured by their delight. Applejack saw this not just as another form of illegal competition from the two brothers, but as the last straw. Taking matters into her very own hands, she found the two brothers and murdered them. Now, here in Ponyville Express, we do not condone murder, but what Applejack has done for us was a great service, and we'd like to thank her for not raising our officers when she asked her for interviews as well. We have no reason to be scared, of course, but the explosion resulted. Repairs in edge of town still thoroughly underway. You ain't ever catching me weeping at those two lies' graves. I don't regret killing them, and you can quote me on that. Applejack Apple, Town Helper.
apple acres, you better write a will. Rainbow tried distraction, Pinky played pretend. Rarity got spicy, but she couldn't even bend. Flush I brought a bear, got suplexed on the spot. And when Celestia tried to talk, AJ tipped her like livestock. The Flim Flam Bros just chuckled, thinking it was all routine. But when AJ yells in all caps, you know she's mighty mean. Now she's marching like a freight train, boots stomping in the dirt. Eyes on the prize, 2 ponies about to get hurt. You can't con the honest, that's a fight you can't win. Better run, Flim and Flam, your judgment's setting in. She ain't using the elements, no rainbow blast from the sky. This justice comes in apple bucket form, and she don't need to justify. Family said good riddance, Twilight said please don't. But when AJ says she's killing you, you won't be missed, you won't. Now there's silence in the valley where the orange booth stood proud. One honest mare just snapped and made her family mighty proud. Violence don't solve nothing, well it sure solved them. So raise a cider to the day she flim flammed the Flim Flam Man. She don't lie, she don't bluff, and she don't give a damn. Justice rides on horseback, it rides like Applejack can.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction Bro Hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
Epic lesbian battles of history. Applejack versus Rainbow Dash. Begin. Who completes the most mares, most efficiently, most lovingly? Who can love and cherish women in the best, most fierce ways? Who is the strongest mare lover? And can that even be quantifiable? Let us find out. Only the strongest male lover will survive. Written by Dapper Lil Arts. Please go to filmfiction.net and leave them a like and comment. I can no longer provide a link in the description due to others getting community guideline strikes for that. Like many of the debacles that constantly occurred between Applejack and Rainbow Dash, it started fairly light and fairly innocent. Until there was a dare. I'm just saying, Dash, I'm pretty sure I've been with more mares than you. The farmer absent-mindedly bucked a tree, collecting the apples that tumbled down with surprising agility. I haven't been counting, but still. Ha! Not helping with the chores, the Pegasus lounged on top of a tree. Dude, you're aware they called me the Cloudsdale Heartbreaker, right? Come back at me when you've gotten yourself a title that isn't the best apple bucker or the most dependable mare in Ponyville, because those don't have anything to do with being a lesbian. Breaking hearts ain't got nothing to do with pleasing them, Dash. The farmer raised an auspicious eyebrow. 'Cause I figured you wouldn't know anything about that. Oh yeah? The Pegasus's wings instinctively unfurled as she prepared to leap down. You want to put that to the test? Let's call our latest chicks on the side and ask them. I'm sure my girl will be absolutely delighted to say that I treated her like an angel. No, a princess. Rainbow, I'm pretty sure Rarity and Fluttershy are busy today. You don't gotta get all your feathers ruffled. I was just saying. Also, they're called girlfriends. Oh, yeah, you're right. She sat back down with a malicious smirk. I get it though. You know I'd win no matter what, and don't want to rise to the challenge. It's understandable, man, it is. You're being the bigger mare while also accepting defeat. Super noble. Applejack gritted her teeth into an angry hidden grin. Dash, I'm only gonna say this once. Back off. I treated a lot of mares like they were queens in my days, and Rarity will trample you if you say otherwise. Oh, what's that? It's such a weird sound. It must be one of your chickens. Rainbow unfurled her wings and made mocking gestures with them. Bok, bok, bok! Bok, bok, bok! Bok! Consign it! She threw her hat to the ground angrily. Ya go get Fluttershy. I'm gonna get Rarity, and we'll sort this out, ya varmint! Picking her hat back up, she gritted her teeth. Then we meet back here. Ha! Easy! Flaring her wings, Rainbow prepared for flight. And you'll see I'm the best mare lover in Ponyville. No, Equestria. Alright, let's settle this. Applejack plopped Rarity before her, as if she weighed as much as an apple. Go on, Rarity, tell him. Ha! As if, like a helicopter delivering a payload, Rainbow Dash deployed Fluttershy before them. Go on, Flutters, wreck 'em. Darling? What? Rarity raised a confused eyebrow. Hi. Fluttershy waved awkwardly. Oh, come on, Flutters, Rainbow pouted. Tell AJ and Rarity that I'm the best girlfriend ever. Okay. That? The shy Pegasus nodded with a shrug, then smiled at the other two. She's that. Rainbow face-palmed. Come on, Raz, just clarify for us. Rainbow says she's the better mare lover out of the two of us. And I say it's me. What do you think? Well, you're obviously correct, dear. I can attest to that. The seamstress giggled and kissed her on the cheek. Is that all? No. That is not all. The Pegasus fluttered her wings angrily. Fluttershy just said I'm the best. Hello? She shook her girlfriend. Come on, tell them. Why, yes, Dashy. You're a pretty amazing girlfriend. Fluttershy smiled kindly, not sharing the angry energy of her partner. Is that all? No, that ain't... Applejack sighed, hiding her face under her hat. This is dumb. Obviously they're gonna think we're the best. This ain't gonna achieve anything. Ugh, you're right. I hate ties, Rainbow pouted. How can we make this work? I guess we couldn't... Sorry, girls. Suddenly they were all startled by the landing of Twilight Sparkle beside them, as the princess looked around frantically. Sorry, is there a friendship problem in Sweet Apple Acres? The map just called me here. The four mares looked amongst each other, and Rainbow spoke first. I don't think so. Me and Applejack were trying to make arguments on which one of the two of us is the best lesbian. Which one of us treats our ladies better, you know? And of course, our girls both said we're the best. So, we ain't accomplishing anything. That's all. Try. False alarm on the map. Makes sense it wouldn't work, folding her wings close. The princess scratched her own chin pensively. Both Rarity and Fluttershy have a bias. The only way they'd get to have a more neutral stance and decide on the proper victor is if they actually tried to be with the other mare in question. Fluttershy and Applejack, Rarity and Rainbow Dash. Silence. Rainbow snickered with a stupid grin. Okay, can we do that? Is that okay? Please, I want to win so bad. Dash! Applejack reprimanded. Sorry, girls, she ain't got no sense of decorum. I'm fine with it, I think, Fluttershy shrugged with a flustered giggle. I mean, if Rarity is, I think. A look of both concern and extreme expectation was delivered from the farmer to the seamstress. Sure, why not? She shrugged and smiled. What? Huh? Applejack's eyebrows shot up as she nearly fell over. Hang on, what exactly are you agreeing to? To this fun little game of rotation. She pointed at Rainbow and Fluttershy. Let's take each other's girlfriends for a spin, shall we? Now, hold on just one darn minute. What's this for? To find out who's the best lesbian, duh, Rainbow shrugged, already putting on a flirty look. Come on, your family's out of town, right? Let's use your place. Slow down now. Darling, I am not in the mood for lovemaking in the barn today. Rarity grimaced, especially if it's not with you. With a sigh of defeat, the farmer relinquished. All right, let's go then, Fluttershy. She spoke kindly, offering the Pegasus a hoof, who she took giddily. We'll settle this lickety-split, and then we can go on our merry ways and not talk about this nonsense anymore. Yeah, because I'm gonna win, Rainbow affirmed with unending confidence. Applejack immediately turned to the other Pegasus with a warm smile. Fluttershy, darling, I'm gonna show you the world, okay? Okay. Hi. Hey, Rainbow landed and turned to the seamstress. Rarity, I'm gonna show you a great time. Whatever you say, darling. With an awkward shrug, Twilight began turning around. Well, looks like the friendship problem is solved. I'm not needed here. Goodbye. Haha. Your flank isn't glowing, Twilight, Fluttershy noted. Dang nabbit, she gritted her teeth, huffing. Do I really have to mediate this? You don't see any other eggheads around, do you? Fine, but I'm not watching you four do your things. Rarity. Okay. Disgruntled, the Princess of Friendship already had a notepad in hoop. State your name, your vote on which of these two is, in your opinion, the best mare lover. And she groaned, explain extensively why. Oh, that's easy, darling. My vote remains on Applejack, Rarity affirmed without skipping a beat, for a multitude of reasons. For starters, I much prefer a strong partner, and our dear farm girl is the strongest there is. Through our many passionate bouts of lovemaking, it is quite easy to forget Equestria itself exists, and simply get lost in the gentle yet fierce tidal wave that is our... Okay, but what about... And when we make love, our bed is a canvas, and oh darling, we only paint masterpieces. She beheld the horizon listless, yet lovingly cherishing each memory. Oh, and I defy you to find a stallion more well endowed than our dear Applejack. She puts them all to shame. Honestly, the girth alone. Rarity! Twilight called out in annoyance. That's enough detail. What about Rainbow Dash? What about her? Dude, come on. Ha, suck a lemon, Rainbow. Ugh, do you have anything to say about your experience with her? You know, instead of just bragging about AJ. For the sake of mediation. The princess frowned. Oh, yes, She took a few seconds to ponder her answer. After I convinced her to shower, she wasn't so bad. A solid 6. Maybe 6.5 perhaps. Average? Come on. Is that all? Oh, I could explain more delicately what makes Applejack so good in the sack if you like. Fluttershy, you're up next. I can't believe I showered for this. 1 AJ, RD 0. Fluttershy. Oh, I think my vote is still on Dashy. Fluttershy smiled and nodded. Applejack was really good though. Really sweet. I unfortunately have to ask you to go into more detail. Well, Dashy is very obedient and she's pretty gentle no matter what she says. Oh, and I like the way she spells. She blushed, giggling with delight. Applejack was really nice, but it might be a personal preference. I prefer to be the bigger spoon, you know? Wait, are you saying you're the top? The princess shook her head. Actually, I don't want to know. Forget I asked. Well, yes, I am. Why you ask? Fluttershy tilted her head quizzically. Dashy is very brave, though. What does that even... Never mind, we're settled. The princess made swift annotations and turned to the others. Okay, like I expected, we're still tied. Friendship problem solved. Can we go now? She turned to her cutie mark expectantly, and nothing happened. She groaned. Ugh. Dude, I've got an awesome idea. Flapping her wings with excitement, Rainbow took flight. We've got X's, and we've got a bunch of mares interested in us, right? I'll fly around and spread the word of this competition we're doing and see who else is interested. Dagnet, Rainbow. Do we really gotta drag this out? Applejack huffed. I might be with the princess on this one. We tied, that's all. A tie is you forfeiting, dude. She pointed accusingly. Fuck it, let's do it. Rares, Fluttershy, are ya okay with this? It sounds kind of fun. I'm pretty curious. The Pegasus giggled. Element of generosity, darling. I don't mind sharing you for an afternoon or so. Rarity shrugged, and then came closer with a growl. But after this debacle, you are mine. Yes, Sugar Cube. Sorry, Sugar Cube. She saluted with a fluster. Twilight once again looked back, begging for her cutie mark to glow, and nothing happened. With a groan, she flipped to the next page of the notepad. 1 AJ, RD 1. Autumn Blaze. I gotta tell you, this was absolutely worth the commute. I mean, a trek through ravines, forest, a couple train rides, all for the sake of getting a chance to see Applejack's muscles glistening in the light of the afternoon sun, and even get to mac on her? Oh yeah, I'm all in more ways than one. That's great, Twilight nodded unenthusiastically. But what's your vote exactly? I mean, don't get me wrong, the Blue Pegasus has a nice musk to her, and her attitude is kind of fun, but you can't beat that 100% original earth-grown farm worker scent, you know? Her honest streak isn't just about the idea of honesty, but like in her every movement, in her every gesture, you know? In her every thrust. Okay, you're voting for Applejack. Frowning, she made the annotation. Anything else? Have you seen her crush a watermelon between her thighs? Because she makes it look easy. And oh, it's a sight to behold. And gosh, the handy woman of it all. Right after she broke the bed, she was like, "Don't worry, I'll get fixing it as soon as we're done, Sugar Cube." And oh, I swoon. She's so helpful and strong, and so caring and hot and... 2. AJ. RD. 1. Spitfire. My vote is for Rainbow Dash, she stated simply, without even raising her aviator glasses. Not only is she impeccably confident and has perfect form, but just because she gets there first, it doesn't mean she isn't willing to go the extra mile. She's the pride of the Wonderbolts, and mine as well. Thanks, Captain, you're the best. I'm almost surprised she didn't comment on her smell. Twilight sighed, defeated. What is there to say? That's the smell of victory, she affirmed with a grin. Damn right. Okay, for the record, what did you think of Applejack? Solid, firm, and quite good. Impeccable strength, but strength isn't everything. My vote stays the same. She readied her wings before shouting at Rainbow. And all this fornicating better not keep you from practice tomorrow, Crash. Hi, Captain. Remember to hydrate, both of you. Wonderbolt Captain, out. 2. AJ. RD. 2. Lightning Dust. I'm voting for the farmer, she said simply, narrowing her eyes. Huh? Why? Because I want Dash to lose, she grinned. Come on. You'll have to go into more detail. The farmer is great and Dash sucks. You'll have to go into detail or your vote goes to Rainbow Dash. Fuck. She gritted her teeth, shaking her head. Who cares if Dash has top form and is the only mare that can match my speed and raw agility? That doesn't do shit. Her technique sucks, and the sound she makes are all dumb and cute. Also, she smells nice. You're voting for Rainbow Dash? Fuck! Lightning Dust took flight angrily. You win this round, asshat. I'll get you next time. I love you too, jackass. The trees around them shook with the force of Lightning Dust's takeoff. Well, that was a weird one. Twilight frowned and shrugged. By the way, thanks for not letting Trixie participate, girls. Seriously. Oh, it's quite literally our pleasure, Try. Applejack grimaced. Yeah, that whole don't stick your dick in crazy thing isn't a thing for no reason. Dash shared the same expression. At least she cried less than discord when we turned him down. I don't care if he qualifies as a lesbian or not, the farmer frowned. I ain't fucking him. Ditto. Bleh. 2. AJ. RD. 3. Cherry Jubilee. Come on, darlings. Is the formality necessary? Cherry tilted her head with a kind, weary smile. What's there to say? Being with AJ is like laying on a field in an autumn afternoon, being pleased by the spirit of the seasons herself. Ain't nothing more to it. Poetic. Your vote is decided then? Oh, it was decided before I even walked in here. I'm not lying. She chuckled and shrugged. Not that the rainbow one wasn't good too. There just ain't no comparing. AJ knows how to treat a mare right. Top to bottom, sure as an apple is juicy. You get what I mean, I'm sure. I don't, but thank you for your input. Ain't no worry, I'll be making my leave now. You can call me if you're ever handing out your fine ass again, will you, AJ? Sure. Bye, Cherry. And tell that Pegasus to shower once in a while. She waved a hoot and left. Goddamn, there goes a MILF if I've ever seen one. Rainbow watched her go listlessly whistling. Today is a momentous day. Eyes on the prize, Dash. We're still tied. Whoosh, as if we're just getting started. Twilight looked crestfallen at the line that was forming outside of Sweet Apple Acres, and she came to the swift decision that they would need to start to demonstrate more scrutiny on who could or couldn't participate in this insanity. 3. AJ, RD, 3. Daring Do. My vote's on Rainbow Dash, and I promise I'm not biased on this. Famous words before a but. But still, she's one hell of a mare, fast and agile, and has great stamina, a true Pegasus in every possible sense. She spoke almost rehearsed. I'm glad I got to participate, and my vote goes to her, yup. Woo! Okay, but what about Applejack? Oh, haha, she flustered, fiddling with her wings. Well, she was very strong and super caring, gentle when you ask her, but still, super soft, despite it all. I had a wonderful time, honestly. I always wondered if I could ever retire and, if I could, I'd want it to be with a mare like her, maybe? That can take care of me when my own strength fails, you know? And that I don't have to carry the burden of adventure and every other adversity that comes in life? Sounds to me like you want to vote for Applejack, Twilight narrowed her eyes. Whatever makes you think that? Her fluster betrayed her plainly and openly. Your vote is going to Applejack, Twilight rolled her eyes. If I must! Acting innocently, she fidgeted and began walking away. Well, tell Dash I couldn't stay. Bye! Come on, seriously? Ha! Your idol likes me more, varmint. I'll kill you. 4. AJ, RD, 3. Countess Coloratura. You know, I was touring in Manhattan when I caught wind of this. She spoke with a little grin, doing her makeup, eyeing a small mirror. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry for getting you dragged into this when you had better things to do. There's nothing better to do than Applejack, she smirked, tilting her head, closing the mirror. I thought I had lost my chance with her a while ago, so it was worth it. I liked her since we were foals, but damn, to know that she could treat a girl this well now. Rarity's a lucky mare. A decisive vote then. More than decisive. She doesn't just take care of you, you know. Love making ain't just about the act. It's the before, middle, and the after. And oh, the after. She gazed far, flustering. I think I'll write a song about this. That's how good it was. Wow. Okay then. Making some quick annotations, she then tilted head. What about Rainbow Dash? She was fine, I guess. Do I need to get myself checked for any diseases? 'Cause sheesh, the smell alone. Dude, I'm right here. 5. AJ, RD, 3. AK Yearly. Hi, can I vote for Applejack? Hey, no double voting. Haha, but you see, it's me, famous book author, AK Yearling. I haven't voted yet. Get out. Oh, okay. Sunset Shimmer. Sunset? You're in on this too? Twilight stuttered out, observing the unicorn top to bottom. Come on, what's wrong, princess? I'm not always having classes. This is a perfect reason for me to take time off and visit Equestria. She grinned, tilting her head. Besides, Applejack and Rainbow are great mares. I can't help but be curious. Curious? Okay. And you don't share the sentiment with me that this is all completely deranged and a monumental waste of an afternoon? She pouted. Says the mayor that isn't participating, she winked. Nah, don't worry, princess, I get it. It is kind of dumb. But hey, when I'm in the neighborhood... Whatever, she blushed. Okay, so, verdict? What's your vote? You know, this is gonna sound crazy, but I'm thinking rainbow, she pondered. Don't get me wrong, objectively Applejack is definitely the best. But maybe it's a matter of personal preference. I'm not sure I like going for mares bigger than me. The princess was keenly aware of how the unicorn towered over her. Hey, big spoon all the way, you know. Anyways, I'll see you around. Remember to write. Tell me the outcome of this nonsense later. Okay. 5. AJ. RD. 4. Tempest Shadow. I believe my vote is for the big one, she affirmed strongly with narrowed eyes. I value a strong partner that knows how to lead and is malleable towards needs and comforts. And what's more, she is quite kind. Tempest? You're here too? Indeed, and taking part in this competition. Did it appear as I was doing something else here? She raised a confused eyebrow. Sorry, it's just... Laughing nervously, the princess shook her head. You came all the way from the Crystal Empire? I didn't know you liked doing stuff like this. I didn't before. Her gaze went far, but since the fall of the Storm King, I have been attempting to allow myself to have fun. Like, by having sex? That too, she grinned. Dude, did we deflower Tempest Shadow? You did no such thing, she frowned. I was reunited with a childhood friend a few months back. She has been an invaluable partner to me. Oh yeah, Cadence told me about it. That you called her Droopsy or something? I must take my leave and reprimand the Princess of Love for sharing my personal life. Tempest turned immediately. Wait, what did you think of Rainbow? Irrelevant, smells bad. 6. AJ. RD. 4. Princess Luna. Princess Luna? What are you doing here? Getting laid. What does it look like? She frowned, narrowing her eyes. You're not aware yet, Twilight, but as Alicorns, it is extremely hard for us to find partners. The social pressure to please us makes many be terrified, and others are just hubris-filled perverts. Okay, can we please talk about something else? And you better not tell my sister about this. You know how she gets. She's just mad. She never gets any action. Blowing raspberries, she rolled her eyes with a little grin. I am not upset, however. The fact that she is still a virgin is something I can endlessly mock her for. Please, just cast your vote so we can be done with this. I believe I will vote for the farmer. She is impeccably strong, and a mare fitting of my caliber. Much like her brother, I believe her strength of character as well as their physical strength makes them the ideal partners for an alicorn like me. Also, the rainbow one smells odd. You don't say, Twilight frowned, defeated. Nevertheless, this has been a wonderful and bountiful outing. I do not regret stopping by. Send your regards to your friends, Twilight. With a delighted smile, she spread her wings and flew away. Oh, for the love of... She gritted her teeth, seeing the enormous line forming outside of Sweet Apple Acres. That's it! All of you, get out of here! As Princess of Friendship, I declare this pointless debate settled. Applejack is the best lesbian of Equestria. or whatever it is that were the parameters of this. Hey! Rainbow flew to her undignified. What the heck, man? You can't just decide she's the best. I can and I have. Besides, the votes actually support her. On average, she's absolutely beating you, she groaned. So just accept defeat so that we can all go home. Oh, nuh-uh, no way. The dash doesn't go down like this. She landed right in front of Applejack, gritting her teeth. One more challenge. You versus me, AJ. Right here, right now. We'll see who the best man lover is, once and for all. Tilting her head and grinning, Applejack raised an eyebrow. Really, Dash? You're getting desperate. This ain't a fight you'll win. Oh, what's that? What's that sound I hear? The Pegasus readied herself for rude gestures and chicken noises, but she never had the chance because the farmer pounced on her. A lot is said about that day. It is said, for example, that Rainbow Dash asked for best 2 out of 3. It is also said she then asked best 3 out of 5. It is said that it took her 3 days to walk again. It is said that a crater was formed on the orchard they made love in, one she laid at the bottom for a few hours before any pony dared move her. It is said that as she laid on that crater, Twilight's cutie mark finally glowed. It is said, indeed, that she could not fly for a week after, and that Spitfire was justifiably annoyed. Many things are said about that day. One thing was for certain, Applejack had officially gained the unofficial title of the greatest lesbian in Equestria. And of course, it is also said that after the debacle was long and settled, Rainbow visited Sweet Apple Acres again, and told Applejack, best 5 out of 10. Author's note. Guys, I'm starting to think she's not asking for a rematch just to try to win. I'm starting to think she's not a sore loser. She just wants to get fucked by AJ.
Epic lesbian battles of Fisterly! Applejack versus Rainbow Dash! Big. In a town called Ponyville, love got intense. 2 mares in a brawl where the logic made no sense. AJ walked in with a confident flick. Dash, I'm the queen of queer, better back off quick. But Dash wasn't phased, just cracked her neck. Said I've kissed more mares than you can check. They called it a duel, no magic, no blades. Just a sapphic scoreboard that never would fade. Who's got the gayest game in town? Who made hearts swoon? Applejack's got taste, but Spitfire called Dash a romantic disgrace. Fluttershy blinked, trying not to choose, while Pinky declared polyamory rules. The princesses weighed in, Luna said no cap, but Celestia left too confused to clap. Then came the twist, they dated each other. A double KO or double lover. Last round, AJ yelled, let's finish this score. Dash grinned back, I've still got one more. They met in the orchard, hooves flying wide. The tree shook loose, the sky split wide. Legends say the crater still glows at night. From a kiss or a tackle, no pony knows right. But the moral's the same in each retelling. Love is war and war is yelling. Who won, who lost, depends
Next time on
I'm back! Left behind! Battles of fish done!
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction Bro Hoof, comment, subscribe. Ring that bell.
The Ballad of Smarty Pants by Shakespeare Eccles. Author's note. Warning. Feels ahead. My name is Smarty Pants. I don't remember when I was made. My earliest memory is when I first met my best friend. Her name is Twilight Sparkle, and I want to tell you all about her. Her mother introduced us. When I first met Twilight, she was still very young. She was still in diapers, but that was okay. I liked her anyway. I was still excited to meet her. I practically jumped out of her mother's hooves. Twilight gave me a big hug as soon as we met. She didn't say anything. She was still too young to speak words, but she didn't have to. Her hug told me everything I needed to know. We were going to be best friends forever. We were inseparable. Wherever she went, I went. She would show me the new food she would try. She would tell me the new world she would learn. She was a good teacher. When she was happy, she would laugh and we would dance together. When she was sad, she would come hug me and it helped her feel less sad. When the clouds would make the scary thunder, we would hide together under the covers. I was afraid of the dark. "It's okay," she said. "I'm as scared of the dark too." She hugged me. I would never let anything bad happen to her, and I knew she would never let anything bad happen to me. She was a good friend. I wanted to be a good student. She gave me a notebook just like the one she had when she began to write. We would learn all kinds of things together. Twilight loved to learn, and she loved to teach. She loved me, and I loved her. She was such a fast learner. In no time she was out of her diapers. Her parents even gave her a little chalkboard so she could pretend to be a teacher. But she didn't need to pretend. She was a real teacher. "What is 2 plus 2? She asked, writing it on the chalkboard. "4! The answer is 4! "Yes, the answer is 4, she said. She helped write it in the notebook for me with the quill. I was never very good at writing it myself. I was so proud that I got the answer right. Twilight was very proud of me too. It made her happy, and that made me happy too. That's all I ever wanted, was for her to be happy. I'll never forget that day. As Twilight got a little older, she started studying even more. I was there to help, of course. She told me she was getting ready for an important test. I had taken tests before. It's when she asks you what 2 plus 2 is, and you say 4. That's what a test is. I knew Twilight could do it. When we went outside with her parents for a walk, I loved going outside with her. I would ride in her saddlebag and look at the things outside. It didn't matter where we went, as long as I was with her, as long as I was with my best friend in the whole wide world, Twilight, it would be good. We went to a new place that day. It was big and scary. I could hear Twilight's heart beating faster from inside her bag. I didn't like being there if it scared her. I wanted to just leave and go home, where it was safe and everything was happy. But Twilight had to go here to do her test, and I wasn't about to leave her side. They brought out a big egg and told her that she had to open it with her magic. I remember when we would cook at home and Twilight would open eggs with her hooves. She tried with her magic once or twice, but she dropped them and it made a mess on the floor. She had to clean it up after, and she looked sad. "It's okay, you'll get it right next time." Twilight looked nervous. She had to open the egg with her magic, but it was so big. It was bigger than any egg I had ever seen before. She tried really hard, but nothing happened. "I'm sorry I wasted your time," she said. She looked so sad and disappointed. I wanted to climb out of the bag and help her. But I always had trouble with the flap. I nearly had it, but then there was a loud noise. It was like thunder, but louder. I ducked back into the bag, under the covers, waiting for Twilight to join me so we could hide. I heard her yell, and I could see flashes of lightning. The thunder had gotten her! I tried to help, but I was too scared to move. I was so ashamed that I didn't go to help her when she needed me most. But almost as soon as it happened, it was over. I peeked out of the bag. Twilight was okay. There was another tall pony there with a horn and wings. Her mane was shiny and wavy. Twilight started jumping around excited. Yes, 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 yes. I didn't know what had happened, but the egg was open. Twilight was happy, so I was happy too. All I'd ever wanted was for her to be happy. Afterwards, Twilight picked up our bag and we went home. As soon as we got back to our bedroom, she showed me what she was so excited about. "Smarty Pants, look it, she said. She had finally gotten her cutie mark. It was beautiful, just like her. I didn't have mine yet. "You'll get yours someday," she said, and gave me a big hug. It was okay that I didn't have a cutie mark. She still loved me, and I loved her. One day, Twilight said we were moving, just me and her, like an adventure in her storybooks that she would read to me. She was excited, so I was excited too. We went back to the big place where she had her big test. We saw the tall pony with a horn and wings. Twilight told me that her name was Princess Celestia. Twilight liked to talk about her. She would say how pretty she was. I guess she was pretty, but I still liked Twilight better. We got a new bedroom in the big place, a brand new bedroom and bed. Twilight and I got on the bed and jumped up and down. She was excited and happy, so I was too. While we were there, I met Spike. Spike is a dragon. Dragons are different from ponies. He came from the egg that Twilight opened. Twilight said that ponies don't come from eggs, so I don't think I came from an egg either. Twilight told me that we were living in a school now, a school where teachers live. Teachers and older ponies like Twilight's mum who know stuff. Twilight was a student. Students learn stuff. And Twilight loved to learn. Learning made Twilight happy, and that made me happy. Twilight went to different rooms with different teachers to learn different things. I would ride along in the bag. Twilight didn't talk to me very much in the learning rooms. She had to pay attention to the teachers. She would need something in her bag, and she would see me and smile. I made her happy. I was so glad that I could make her happy. One day we were going to a special room called a lab. Twilight had a special box of toys for the lab called tools, but on the way there, the box opened and one of the tools cut my hoof. It hurt. My stuffing started to fall out. I wanted to call out to her, but Twilight told me we had to be quiet in the learning rooms or else she would get in trouble. I didn't want her to get in trouble, so I stayed quiet. I was so scared. As the bag moved and shifted, more of my stuffing fell out and got lost inside the bag. I cried, but I cried quietly. I didn't want to get her in trouble. I don't know where we were, but I think Twilight must have heard the tools clattering loose inside the bag. She opened the bag to gather them up and she saw me. She froze and put her hoof over her mouth. She was sad. She started to cry. Her tears fell on my cheeks. She quickly put the tools back in the box and made extra sure that it was closed. She closed the bag and I could feel her running. I could hear her hooves striking the ground quickly. When she opened the bag again, we were back in her new bedroom. She picked me up in her hooves. A lot of my stuffing had fallen out. My hoof was completely flat. I didn't feel right, but she held me close and hugged me as she cried. Her hug felt good at least, but I didn't want her to cry. "I'm sorry," she said. It was okay. It wasn't her fault. She was a good friend. She told me she had to go to the book place to get a book. Twilight loved books. That would make her happy again. That was all I wanted. I waited for her on the bed. Sometimes when she goes to the book place, she is gone for a long time. This time she wasn't gone very long. She only got one book and another small box. It was a white box with a red edition sign on it. That means plus, right, Twilight? 2 + 2 = 4. You taught me that. You were so proud of me, remember? The box had a piece of fabric and a little metal toothpick with a small bit of string. Spike was with her now, and she helped hold the adding box. She read the book about sewing and put the string in the metal pick. She put the cloth on my hoof. It was a different colour than my fur. She gathered up all of my stuffing from the bag and helped put it back inside my hoof. She put the cloth over the cut and pointed the metal pick at my hoof. It looked scary. "I'm sorry. Don't be scared," she said. She told me not to be scared, so I wasn't. But she still looked sad. She still cried when she poked me. It hurt a little, but it mostly felt better to have my stuffing back. When she was all done, the hole was all better. She smiled again. She was happy, so I was happy. She even had a lollipop for me for being such a good patient, like her doctors give her. I don't really like lollies, so I let her have it. She seemed like she needed it more anyway. As Twilight got older, she learned more. We would stay up late with Spike and she would read bigger books with bigger words. The stories didn't make as much sense and they were kind of boring, but Twilight said that it was very important that she remember them for more tests. She started talking to Spike more often than me, especially when she started talking too. I was never much of a talker myself. I was more of a listener. I was happy that Twilight had another friend. The tall one, Celestia, kept saying that she needed more friends. I didn't need any more friends. Twilight was all I needed. When she got a letter from Celestia to go to Ponyville for the Summer Sun celebration, she packed only the things that she knew she needed in her luggage. She was finishing up and she saw me on the bed in my usual spot. She picked me up and hugged me. She loved to hug me. She put me in my special place in a saddlebag for when we went on adventures together. I didn't know where Ponyville was, but it was someplace new that we had never been before. So that made it an adventure. And away we went into the unknown. Away we went together. Twilight met a lot of new ponies in Ponyville, but there were a few that she saw more often than others. She went on new adventures with them, sometimes with me in her bag, sometimes not. But that was okay. I didn't mind waiting. Twilight always came home to me. I would always be waiting for her on her new bed, or somewhere else nearby the book place in Ponyville that we lived in. Later, she got a special house just for me that she called a trunk. It was dark in there. I was afraid of the dark. There were a lot of other things with me in the trunk, important things that she didn't want to lose, so I was in charge of guarding them. I took my job very seriously, even if it meant seeing Twilight less and less, and being alone in the dark. Twilight didn't go to the learning rooms anymore or see teachers, but she still loved to read the books in our new home and learn new things. She would always write letters to Celestia telling her what she learned. Except for that one time when she didn't. She seemed so upset that she didn't learn anything new. She opened the trunk. I was so happy to see her, but she seemed so distraught. She needed something to write to Celestia about that she learned. I had my notebook opened. I said, 2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 = 4. Remember, Twilight? You taught me that. So we can pretend that I'm the teacher and you can be the student. Just for pretend. And you could tell Celestia that you learned that 2 + 2 = 4. You were so proud of me when I learned that. She'll be proud of you. Just tell her 2 + 2 = 4. If I can't find a friendship problem, I'll make a friendship problem, Twilight said. My notebook only had a math problem. I hadn't seen Twilight in so long. I was really hoping she would give me a hug, but she didn't. But that was okay. We went outside together. It was going to be an adventure, together, just like before. It was going to be an adventure, all right. She introduced me to some of her friends. She had never done that before, aside from Spike a long time ago. Before, the only time I spent with Twilight was when we were alone. But that was okay. I wasn't interested in her friends anyway. I only wanted to be with Twilight. This is Smarty Pants, Twilight said. She was mine when I was your age, and now I want to give her to you. What? She held me there in the air with her magic as the other 3 ponies looked at me. They were younger, like Twilight used to be. She's great. Yeah, great. I really like her mane. They looked nice enough, but I wanted to stay with Twilight. Why didn't she want me anymore? I did a good job guarding her things in the trunk, even though it was dark and scary, even though I wanted to sleep with her in the bed. I did what she wanted and now she was getting rid of me. Why? She even comes with her own notebook and quill for when you want to pretend that she's doing her homework, Twilight said. So who wants to play with her first? The others didn't seem like they wanted to play with me, but that was okay. I just wanted to stay with Twilight. If they didn't want me, she would take me back and we could be friends again. Then she could write to Celestia about how we became friends again and solved her friendship problem. I was so happy that I was able to help. You're going to like Smarty Pants. You're going to like her more than anything, Twilight said. She cast the want it, need it spell on me. There you go, Twilight. You could write to Celestia and tell her that you learned a new spell. But she wasn't fast enough to undo the spell. The other 3 ponies started to fight over me, grabbing me and pulling at my hooves and legs, yanking and tugging in different directions. I wasn't a young pony anymore and could feel myself starting to break. Twilight! Help! They're hurting me! Twilight drove into the fray to try to rescue me, but it was no use. The other 3 were too much for her. She was thrown from the ruckus into a big red pony. She enlisted his help and he was able to get me away from the other 3 fighting over me. Thank you so much. Now, if you could just give her to me, Twilight said. She wanted me back. I knew she would. I knew she would want her best friend back. Oh, happy days. Nope, was his only reply, and he ran off, carrying me away from under the effects of the spell. Twilight! Help! The further she ran, the more ponies were affected. Soon there was a mountain of ponies clamoring all over each other to try to get to me. Another pony grabbed me and ran off away from him and the pile. It wasn't Twilight. I just wanted to get back to Twilight. A flying pony swooped down and grabbed me. Another tried to steal me away, but she held firm. The 2 Pegasi pulled at me in a tug-of-war, stretching me apart. Both lost their grip and I was sent tumbling through the air, only for more ponies to fight over me. I didn't want to be in the dark trunk. I just wanted to go on an adventure with Twilight, but I didn't want this. I was being dropped and pulled and bit and stepped on. I don't know what I did wrong. Twilight, I'm sorry. Please help me. Twilight Sparkle! A booming voice came from above. It was Celestia. In a flash of light, the spell was gone, and every pony stopped fighting over me. The ponies all left, but not without one stepping on me one last time. I was in rough shape. Still, I was just happy to still be in one piece. A pony picked me up. It wasn't Twilight, it was the big red one again. And that was when I met Big Macintosh. Big Macintosh was a lot like me. He wasn't much of a talker, but I could tell that he was a good listener. During the time that I spent with him, we played much like I had with Twilight before we moved to Ponyville. He and I would sit at a small table and he would serve tea, just like Twilight used to. I didn't care much for tea back then, and that hadn't really changed. I guess he could tell because after he drank his tea, he would drink mine. Our tea parties were a bit quieter than Twilight's. Twilight always had something that she wanted to talk about. I missed her voice. I missed sleeping in her bed with her. I just missed her. Big Mac wouldn't let me sleep in his bed either. When we weren't alone together, he kept me under his little sister's bed. He would play with me as often as he could at first, but like Twilight, as time went on, it became less and less. And then not at all. I didn't see another pony's face for a long while until his sister, Applejack, was looking for her little sister, Apple Bloom. She lifted the bed in her search, finding me instead. "Oh, hi!" and dropped it back down again, and then she was gone, and I was alone again in the dark. but she came back a couple days later, this time taking me out from under the bed. Twilight's doll that had the spell? Yes, please bring me back to Twilight. How did this end up here? She asked her siblings. The red one somehow turned a deeper red. I took it, he admitted. Well, you need to bring it back to her, you understand? Yup. I thought that I would never see her face again, but there she was. It was Twilight. She looked strange, she looked happy and sad at the same time. She was smiling, but she was crying as they handed me over to her. She took me in her hooves and held me, hugging me tightly. All of the pain of being fought over, the dark and loneliness in the trunk and under the bed, none of it mattered anymore. I was back in her hooves and she hugged me. She loved me and I loved her. Everything was all better. And it was. Twilight carried me everywhere in her bag with her. She held me tight beside her as she laid in bed to sleep. She talked to me when we were alone. She hadn't talked to me in so long. I missed you so much, she said, sitting with me at the breakfast table. I missed you too. I didn't think I would ever see you again. I was scared too. I'm so happy to see you again. I'm happy that you're happy. That's all that's ever mattered to me. I remember when she finally achieved her dream. She used to tell me when she was a little filly about how she wanted to become a princess someday. As she got older, that little dream just kind of came and went. But then one night, she did it! And the next time I saw her, she had wings! Every time I thought that I had seen her at her happiest, she always surprises me. She shows me her wings, showing off her big accomplishment. I showed her my notebook. It said that 2 + 2 = 4. It was my big accomplishment. I was very proud of it. I will never forget that day. She taught me that 2 + 2 = 4. I gave her the right answer and she helped me write it in the notebook since I wasn't very good at writing. Twilight was always such a busy pony. But ever since she got her wings, she had been even busier. She spent long hours downstairs in her lab, but I was there with her, sitting on the lab bench nearby. Sometimes she would fall asleep in her chair. I would have preferred to have slept in the bed with her, but it was okay. I was nearby Twilight, and that was good enough. One morning, Twilight woke up in her lab seat with a start. "I'm tardy!" she said, rushing to ready herself. She ran up the stairs, leaving me behind that day. She didn't come back. A few days later, there was a very loud noise from upstairs, even louder than the thunder from her first big test. The walls and ceiling shook, and stuff fell off of the bench and broke on the floor, and the light went dark. It was scary. I was scared of the dark. And I laid there, helpless, in the dark for weeks. It wasn't as long as it had been in the trunk before. I heard noises from above, chopping and scraping at the ground and rubble. Some dirt fell and I saw sunlight. "Twilight's lab," one of them said. I recognized it as one of her friends. "Get down there and salvage whatever you can to bring to her new castle." The blue one, with every colour hair, flew down with a big box, grabbing anything that wasn't broken off of the bench, including me, even though I felt broken inside. I was somewhere in the middle of the box with more stuff on top of me. She flew up out of the hole in the ceiling. I could just barely see the book tree place that we had been living. It was completely destroyed. She closed the lid and everything was dark again. I felt us moving. I felt the box get put down, and there, again, I waited, alone and afraid in the dark. but it wasn't for as long this time. Went back, stopping lab in the box, I heard a pony say, muffled in the box. The box shifted again. Thank you, I heard her say. I heard Twilight's voice. At least I thought I did. I hoped I did. The lid opened. A hoof sifted through the items in the box. Then I felt it. I felt her hoof on me again. She pushed a couple things aside, and there she was. I saw her standing there over the box looking at me. Twilight, I've missed you. I love you. She picked me up. Oh, just to be held by her again. Just to go with her and lay in her bed with her again. Twilight? She looked tired, older, sad. I was so happy to see her again. Was she not happy to see me? I had my notebook with me. It said that 2 + 2 = 4. She was so proud of me then. Was she not proud of me anymore? Was it because I never grew big like her? Because I never got my cutie mark? Or wings like her? Twilight! She frowned and put me back in the box. Twilight! She put her hooves on the cover flaps of the box. Twilight! No! Please! No! I'm sorry! Don't put me back in the dark! I'm afraid of the dark! You know, I'm afraid of the dark! She closed the lid. Twilight, no, please! I love you! I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry. 2 + 2 = 4. I got the answer right. You taught me that. You were so proud of me. You were my friend. You loved me. I felt her pick up the box and put it somewhere. I know not where. It didn't matter. It was someplace dark. And I was alone. Time. Time passed. Time is all I have left now. Time to lay here in the dark and tell you my tale. Years have passed since I last saw my Twilight. So very many years, I stopped counting. I think of her always. I try to remember her. But I can feel her forgetting about me. I can feel myself fading away along with her memories. Is this what dying is? I run my hoof along the edge of the notebook. I can't see it, but I know it still says that 2 + 2 = 4. I can feel her forgetting about that too, about my big accomplishment. I wonder, is she happy? I hope she is. It's all I've ever wanted. Was for her happiness. She's still my very best friend. And I'm hers. Or at least I was. For a while. I was a good friend, wasn't I? Storage. Clean. Empty closet. Voices. After an eternity. Voices! The box shifted, and movement! The box moved and landed somewhere else. The box opened. Light! Who is that? I looked up at the pony standing over the box. It was the tall one. What's her name? With the wavy mane? It moved and shimmered. She looked older. She looked worn out. No, wait. Her fur was white? This pony's fur isn't... She froze, putting a hoof over her mouth. She began to cry, silent tears at first, and then openly sobbing. A large dragon appeared beside her. Are you okay? He asked the tall pony. She didn't answer. She never took her eyes off of me. Her eyes, those eyes, and her fur. It was the same color as Twilight? He asked. Twilight? Twilight? Was that really you? Cancel everything, Spike, Twilight said through her tears. What? For the whole day? He asked. Clear out the week, Twilight said. Twilight, you're a princess. You can't just take a vacation like that. I can, and I will. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Make it happen. Twilight, there are going to be delegates downstairs waiting for tea with you. They can wait for me until another time. Just send them away. I don't care how. Go! She dismissed him. She left to carry out her orders, closing the door behind him. She reached into the box, gently taking me in her hooves. The box crumbled away from around me, disintegrating from the passage of the years. They can wait. You've waited for me long enough. She cradled me in her hooves and kissed me. I still had my notebook with me. I showed it to her. Look, it says that 2 + 2 = 4. You taught me that? Remember? I do. I was so proud of you. You were such a good friend. And you were my best friend. And I forgot all about you for all these years. I'm so sorry. Twilight bawled. I had never seen her so sad as she openly wept. She clutched me tight to her as she cried and cried and cried, wetting my fur with her tears. She let it all out, all the years of stress and responsibility of being an adult. It was okay. She hugged me. She remembered me. It was okay. We could be young again together. She carried me to her bed. It was bigger now. She laid down and held me beside her. She looked so tired. It would be okay. She just needed a little nap. That always helped her before. She wept as she laid in her bed, clutching me close. She wept for the cruel irony that the first friend she made, the one that had always been there for her and truly understood her the most, was the one that she abandoned first. I love you. I will never forget about you or leave you alone in the dark again. Author's note. Young things ought to want to grow, but to carry on into middle life or even into early adulthood, this concern about being adult is a mark of really arrested development. When I was 10, I read fairy tales in secret and would have been ashamed if I had been found doing so. Now that I am 50, I read them openly. When I became an adult, I put away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to be very grown up. C.S. Lewis.
I was stitched to be your shadow, soft hooves and button eyes. I held you through the thunder, I saw you touch the skies. From diaper days to magic spells, I watched you find your way. You smiled and said we'd be best friends forever and a day. Even in the dark when you forgot my name, I still believed you'd find me all the same. 2 plus 2 is 4, and love is more than a notebook full of memories we swore. We'd never lose, we'd never bend. You were my first, my forever friend. And though the shadows took their claim, you found me, you called my name, held me close and said again, I'll never leave you in the dark again. I guarded every secret, I braved the deepest gloom. When laughter faded, doors were closed, I stayed inside your room. When other dreams came calling and crowns began to shine, I waited hard, unchanging, frozen in a box of time. Even when the years had worn us thin, I still believed I'd hear you call me in. 2 plus 2 is 4, and love is more than a dusty shelf of dreams we store. You came back when the tears had bled, you cradled me and bowed your head. And though the silence screamed with pain, you found me, you knew my name, and whispered through your tears again, I'll never leave you in the dark again. Time stitched the scars into your wings, but love still sews the broken things. You came back for me, my oldest friend, and we'll never be alone again. 2 plus 2 is 4, and love is more than every lonely night endured before. You held me close, you stayed this time, you made the dark and silence shine, and in your arms I'll still remain. You found me, you healed the pain, and promised with your soul again, I'll never leave you in the dark again. Never in the dark again. Never in the dark again.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, hoof, comment, subscribe.